Manners and privilege and recognition of guests, the Honourable Premier.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to my colleagues in the Legislature and all those who have joined us at home. A special welcome to the staff of the Legislative Assembly and the members of your office, Mr. Speaker, and our pages who do a wonderful job here for us all. I want to begin on just a little bit of a sad note, Mr. Speaker. My sister Pam called me today to let me know that Eleanor Smith had passed away, who would have been 106 years old in January, Mr. Speaker. Eleanor was living at the Garden Home, but for many years lived with their son Vaughn and Vaughn's wife Myrtle Jenkins Smith, who's a dear friend of our family, Mr. Speaker. And anyone who knew Eleanor knew that she was a going concern, Mr. Speaker. She loved cards, she loved family meals, and she loved crokinole and being with people, Mr. Speaker. And hers was a full and giving life, Mr. Speaker, to her family, to her community and her provinces. So I'm sad to hear that news, Mr. Speaker, and I pass along my respects and all of those who knew and loved Eleanor. I get to spend a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, in the town of Cornwall, and one of the places I stop often, Mr. Speaker, is what's called API Hockey, owned by Marco Thorne. Mr. Speaker, and I was just pleased to read that Marco had sold his business to my dear friend Sir Charles Chucky Keating and Steve Ramsey, and is now part of Chucky's Sports Excellence, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's great for all of us that Marco will stay on to run the new Chucky's outlet in Cornwall, Mr. Speaker. And it's a great spot for equipment and apparel and skate sharpening and a great conversation. So best of luck to all of those, Mr. Speaker, involved. I had a chance last night, Mr. Speaker, to attend the AGM and the awards ceremony for the Special Olympics PEI, which was held at the Holland College Florence Simmons Performance Hall, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great night when you get a chance to spend the positivity, Mr. Speaker, in the room is always it's uplifting. And numerous award winners. Athletes of the Year were Lisa Bernard and Sean Mitchell. The Coaches of the Year, Mr. Speaker, were Alan Gillis and Tracy DeMillionaire. The Volunteer of the Year was Donna Campbell, Mr. Speaker. The David Andrew Memorial Award went to Leah Watts. The Faculty of the Year was Elm Street School. The Dr. Frank Hayden Award winner, Mr. Speaker, was Kelsey McCormick. The ADL Spirit Award went to Amber Metcalf, and there was a Special President's Award, Mr. Speaker, given out to the PEI Automobile Dealers Association. It was a really wonderful night, Mr. Speaker, and very honored to be part of that ceremony. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little late with this one, but I did want to offer my congratulations to my cousin and lifelong friend, Brad McConnell, who was recently named the Chief of Police Services for the City of Charlottetown, Mr. Speaker. I believe that was in late August. There's a lot I can say about Brad. Some of it I've written in my books, and he is, he is a power, Mr. Speaker, to say the least. He's probably the longest friend that I've had, and we've come a long way from those days on Victoria Street in Georgetown. And we've made that journey, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad that we made it together step by step. So all the best to Brad, and I know he'll do a wonderful job for the City of Charlottetown. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to follow on from what the Premier was saying about the awards last night for the Special Olympics PEI, and he mentioned a list of a number of the recipients there, and of course I want to also add that Charity Sheehan is the Executive Director, and she, along with her Board of Directors and the coaches and the staff and of course the athletes, everybody involved. It is just an uplifting event. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there last night, but I understand and have attended that before and know what incredible positive energy is in the room for that event. In the lead up to Remembrance Day, Dennis McKenzie, whom some of you may know and may have heard him recently on the radio, is set to release his debut album, and it's called The Guardian Angel Platoon. Dennis is a veteran of the Afghan War, and this album depicts the soldier's journey from training through deployment to actually being in the theater in Afghanistan and then returning home. And during he was there for 9 years in Afghanistan, and during his 9 years there with the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Canadian Regiment, Dennis lost several friends during the war. And when he returned home, he lost even more friends through suicide. And the music on this album is Dennis's way of dealing with the trauma and with the PTSD that he is suffering, along with many of his fellow veterans, and how they experienced that war. So I want to thank Dennis for what he's doing, for the courage he has shown, and for the beautiful music that he has produced. What a beautifully positive way of expressing a very deep loss. So thank you, Dennis, for what you're doing for the veterans community as we approach Remembrance Day. And finally, Speaker, I was very lucky to attend the South Shore Chamber of Commerce meeting last night. And I want to thank the board there, Marion Miller and Daphne Davey and Kathy Thomas and Lisa Gallant and all of the other members who were present there for the meeting. And I had some very interesting questions on the dental program, on amalgamation, on forestry, on the economic recovery of the province. It was a really stimulating conversation. I want to thank the board, as I already have, and also all the members who attended that meeting in Crapo Town Hall last night. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I too would like to congratulate all the award recipients at the Special Olympics last night. And it's always a pleasure to rise here in the legislature to speak and to say hello to everyone back in the district of Evangeline Musquesh. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone to get out to the Acadia Museum in Musquesh to see their new archaeology exhibit. The new exhibit will showcase the archaeological history using active videos, displays, and hands-on activities to dig into more than 300 years of Acadian cultural history. The exhibit will be open until February 22nd or February 28th, 2022. So I encourage everyone to get out and learn more about the Acadian history here on PEI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today. Yesterday was a very busy day, I think, for everybody, and like many constituency MLAs, my day went on quite a lot longer into the evening. I was able to attend a dinner with the Wisemen, who were recovering from their very busy night the night before with the food drive, and it was a real pleasure to get to speak to that group. I did turn down the invitation to join yet another service club. I reckon a couple is enough, but I really appreciated the chance to be able to speak to them and hear some of their questions, particularly around climate action. That we had some really interesting conversations. And then from there, Mr. Speaker, I went on to the Charlottetown Planning Committee meeting that was being held at the Rod Charlottetown, and that was because they were specifically discussing development on Palmer's Lane. I live on Palmer's Lane, so not only am I the MLA for the residents in that district, but I'm one of the residents themselves. I had actually been asked by the developer whether I would weigh in on that development, because it is obviously for housing, Mr. Speaker. And I'd advised him the same as I advised the other residents. I'm not in the position to make a statement on behalf of residents. The residents are the ones that need to have the right to express how they feel, and that's what public meetings are for, and they did. And they spoke in favour of the development, and part of the reason they were in favour, Mr. Speaker, is because the developer had reached out and worked with them directly. It was the fourth time that development had come forward, and it's really exciting to know that we're going to see a new development happening on the street which is supported by the residents, it's appropriate for the area, and will provide new family housing. I do understand, though, that my colleague from Charlottetown Winslow may not have quite such a happy bunch of residents in his area. The meeting was a little noisy before that one meeting, and so my sympathies to the member on dealing with the developer in his area. But really pleased to see that consultation in action, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to seeing new housing in my district. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister for Justice, Public Safety, and the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say hi to everyone in District 8, Stanhope Marshfield. And as the Agriculture Minister, Mr. Speaker, I'm rather superstitious on bragging about a good crop and everything that's going on, Mr. Speaker. It's not until everything's in storage, Mr. Speaker, and everyone's home safe. So unfortunately, we did have a farm accident on the weekend, and Ben Van Ginkel, a young farmer, lost his right hand to a farm accident, Mr. Speaker, and it's one of those incidents that when I was 23, I narrowly escaped, so it just happens, Mr. Speaker, and there's a GoFundMe page for Ben, and I encourage everyone to look it up and to support Ben with his young family. And hopefully I can brag about the crops in a few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty and third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great pleasure to rise and say hello, everybody in Charlottetown, West Royalty. And I just wanted to stand up and echo some of the things the Premier said about Eleanor Smith. She is a constituent of mine, and I've had many incredible visits with her. And you know, she raised 5 children. She was a teacher. She worked at a department store. She had an amazing life, and she's brought a lot of spirit. And she's up there with some of the oldest people ever to live in Prince Edward Island. You know, when you think about it, she was 23 years old when World War II broke out. It's absolutely incredible. So I want to say deepest condolences to Merlin Vaughn and the entire family. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness, third-party whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to welcome those watching back in the riding of O'Leary, Inverness, Mr. Speaker. But I wanted to get up and speak a little bit about the elections that have recently occurred in the federal Parliament and House of Commons, and to talk a little bit about some of the people I had a chance to work with, and I noticed that they were fairly successful in getting some appointments and whatnot. As we all know in this profession, career longevity can be rather precarious at the best of times, Mr. Speaker. But I did want to congratulate Bobby Morrissey, the MP for Egmont. I've had a great chance to work with Bobby over the last few years, and there's no MP that I know of that works any harder for constituents, and I'm really grateful for the work he does in the riding of O'Leary, Inverness. But I also had the chance to work with a couple of others here. Marie-Claude Bibeau she was reappointed as Minister of Agriculture, and just coming on the last part of my time as Minister of Agriculture, she was the federal minister, and so it was great to see her reappointed and re-elected in the riding of Compton-Stansted, Mr. Speaker. And at the start of my agricultural portfolio at that time, Lawrence MacAulay was the minister. And if there's anybody that has career longevity in politics, it's been Lawrence MacAulay. And it was great to see him re-elected in Cardigan, as well as appointed again as Minister for DVA. Another minister that I worked with a bit was Jeanette Pettipaw-Taylor. And I see she was re-elected in Moncton Riverview, and now minister responsible for ACOA. She was Minister of Health for a period of time while I was minister. And another, I'll call him a longtime friend, a friend of the family, is Dominic Leblanc. The minister was re-elected in Beauséjour and is now appointed intergovernmental affairs. And he was Minister of Fisheries during my time in that, Mr. Speaker. And not a lot of people have talked much about it, but there was an election, another territorial election occurred just recently in Nunavut. And a good friend of mine, George Hicks Jr., he was actually the Minister of Health during my time at that, and we seemed to hit it off quite well, and I was really had a chance to admire his political career, because he was also a son of a politician, Mr. Speaker, and he had a successful re-election in the riding of Iqaluit-Tasluk. And I guess, as you know, that's a consensus government there, so I guess he will have to await what his potential role might be in the next Parliament in Nunavut and Iqaluit, Mr. Speaker. So I want to wish them all the very best, and it was an honor working with those people, and that they have continued on in another role is great to see, Mr. Speaker.
Did I miss anyone? No? Okay, member statements. The honourable member from Stratford, Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system is failing because of a lack of senior leadership, broken governance, and the absence of a plan. Without a plan, who is holding leadership accountable? This government has racked up one failure after another when it comes to the area of healthcare. I've come to realize that the most difficult part of being in the opposition is cutting through political rhetoric, deciphering the bureaucratic baloney, and wading through the communication spin to get to the actual root of the issues. This government is operating with a completely inadequate plan for how it will provide health services in this province. Even the Crown Corporation responsible for our health delivery is operating without an up-to-date strategic plan. The Board of Health for PEI doesn't even bother publishing reports on how it's meeting its intended targets and objectives. The problem with healthcare is there's zero accountability. How has this lack of accountability been allowed to happen? We have been 7 months into this fiscal year without the minister doing anything to require Health PEI to deliver a strategic plan. The requirement for Health PEI to have a strategic plan is embedded in legislation. It was called for by past employees that responded to the exit survey report. What consequences do we have when senior leadership fails to deliver? Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, leadership trickles down and it starts at the top. I fully expect the Health PEI strategic plan will be made public tonight at its AGM, and I look forward to attending it. I will be looking for a plan that acknowledges the serious shortcomings of our healthcare system and a realistic 5-year plan on how we are going to get better at improving the health of Islanders. Our healthcare system has been held together by sheer grit and determination by our frontline healthcare workers, and they have done an amazing job to this point with little senior leadership help. Mr. Speaker, this province has serious shortcomings when it comes to the current healthcare system. This government has failed to address the serious gaps we have in our healthcare services, leading to some of the worst performances across the country. Islanders deserve better, and our frontline healthcare workers deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week I had the opportunity to meet with a number of representatives from the PEI Somali community. We often think we know and understand the challenges of the many different constituents and communities within our larger space, and it's always sobering and inspiring to meet with a group who remind you of how much you don't know. Immigrants come to PEI to start a new life, and whether they were originally refugees or PNP candidates, they are part of the success story of our economic and social growth. We build our island community by adding new islanders who are here by choice and deserve access to all of the services, programs, and benefits that all islanders are afforded. But we have to do better to help newcomers belong and stay. We can do that for the Somali community by supporting them to develop their own community centre that supports and celebrates their unique culture and experiences, where those who have been here longer can help those newest to arrive navigate all the challenges of housing, employment, education, healthcare, and language. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that immigrants who come to PEI under the government-sponsored refugee resettlement program receive financial support from the federal government and resettlement support from Immigrant Refugee Services Association, formerly PEI Newcomers? Private sponsorship groups in PEI provide financial and social supports for the groups that they sponsor, and they also refer then to IRSA. And once registered, refugees can access additional supports as they need, but they only get those for a year from their date of entry. For most, that is not enough time to develop their language skills, learn to navigate in a new culture, find housing, get their kids settled into school. There is so much for them to do. Think about how hard that would be for us to do the same in another country where no one speaks your language. Now think about how hard that would be if you had spent years in a war zone or a refugee camp, which is where many Somali refugees are coming from. Many are carrying significant mental trauma, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes families include children who have never been to school or been seen by a doctor. There is much work to do to support the PEI Somali community in their immediate and longer-term needs. Thank you to Jelani and Abdi, Sahro and Fawzia. I look forward to working with the government to get support for the Somali Community Centre of PEI.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Coats for Kids 2021 Winter Clothing Drive is looking for donations of gently used or new winter clothing, which will help island families in need. Islanders are asked to drop off gently used winter clothing to help people who might be struggling to buy these items. There may have been an increased need this year, of course, due to the pandemic. Organizers of the annual Coats for Kids campaign are asking for gently used coats, snowsuits, snow pants, hats, mittens, scarves, and boot donations for families. Donations can be dropped off Monday to Saturday from 9 a.m. till 5 at the drop-off depot at the base of the escalators on the main level of the Confederation Court Mall until this Saturday. Stearns Laundry will clean all the clothing before the Salvation Army puts them on display for Islanders in need of winter clothing, which will be taking place next month, November 12th and 13th. Salvation Army will welcome all families in need to come and pick out the clean winter coats and snowsuits from the racks. I do want to give a special thank you, Mr. Speaker, to Don Allen, the Executive Director of Downtown Charlottetown, Inc., for organizing the annual Coats for Kids event in partnership with the Salvation Army, the Startup Zone, and Stearns Laundry. We do want to thank all the sponsors and the donors who support this wonderful program. Drop off new or gently used children's outerwear and keep a child warm this winter. Let's get those coats in the hands of the families and the children that need them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions by members, starting with response to questions taken as notice. No? For our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, after asking the Minister and Premier about the growing list of health failures under their leadership, I wasn't entirely surprised to receive a number of emails from Islanders telling me that there was more that we had missed. In the throne speech, the Premier committed to $1 million in funding for diabetes supports. We passed a budget with that line item in it, that funding go directly to patients who needed insulin pumps and monitoring. A question to the Minister of Health and Wellness. How many Islanders have received that funding to access life-altering pumps or monitoring devices under this program?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Funding under that program will be starting January 1st.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. So this was a program that was approved in this House in April, and the Minister tells us that it's actually the money is not going to be available until almost a year after that. That's not acceptable. That is not acceptable. Quite frankly, I find that embarrassing, Minister. Every year that an Islander with diabetes does not have access to insulin pumps and monitoring, it shortens their life expectancy. This minister's inability to deliver the simplest of supports has stolen years from Islanders' lives. A question to the minister: what do you have to say to Islanders who have been hurt by your lack of leadership?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Leader of the Opposition for the question. I think we look at some of the other programming. For example, one of the things that was in our platform, Mr. Speaker, was with regard to shingles vaccine, which is also going to be rolled out to every senior 65 years of age and older. We have worked with ones in the diabetic community with regard to the programs. Increase in insulin strips, test strips, and the like, Mr. Speaker. But yes, we need to do more, and I don't dispute that in cases like this, probably it should have been done faster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
So, thank you, Speaker. What I heard there is perhaps it's not so bad that the insulin program is delayed because the vaccination program for shingles is also delayed. That hardly seems like a strong argument to me, Minister. And this isn't just political fodder. What ministers do, and equally what they do not do, affects the lives of Islanders every day. Islanders have waited for months, some of them in significant pain, for a dental program to be finally available. Families have watched loved ones suffer from mental health and addictions for years, waiting for a hospital or even just an appropriate mobile mental health unit to be available. Diabetics have been denied life-extending treatments that this House approved 6 months ago. A question to the Premier. At some point, you have to stand up for Islanders, Premier. Can you explain what consequences there are for ministers who fail Islanders so badly?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I stood in this legislature since I've been elected to be here, and I believe that our entire focus is on doing the best we can for Islanders, Mr. Speaker. As we can attest from this side of the House, others who have been on this side of the House and others who wish to be on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, the money is the easy part. Implementing these programs, Mr. Speaker, takes a little bit of time. It's frustrating. It's painstaking, Mr. Speaker. I'm probably more frustrated than anybody, Mr. Speaker, at that process. The commitment is there, Mr. Speaker. We're working towards rolling out a program. I don't know the particulars as to why this program hasn't been rolled out, Mr. Speaker, but I will endeavour to get that back. Mr. Speaker, we're working hard to do the best we can here for Islanders, Mr. Speaker, and part of the job is knowing that it's never enough and it's never fast enough, Mr. Speaker, but we're working hard to address it.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. I noted in opening remarks today that the Minister of Agriculture said that he was reluctant to celebrate the harvest until it was in the barn. Yet we have a government that is celebrating all kinds of programs before they are delivered, and you have to stop doing that. So let's not stop here. In the last throne speech and operational budget, the Premier announced the creation of a mental well-being centre. I'll quote from what the Premier told Islanders about the centre. I quote, "In order to ensure that attention to our mental health has parity with our physical health, my government will establish the PEI Centre for Mental Wellbeing, made up of representation from the many community partners engaged in the delivery of mental health services. The centre will provide government the essential feedback and guidance to ensure our mental health services are responsive to the needs of the community." A question to the Premier: where is this Wellbeing Centre, and is it indeed the new research centre for mental health and addictions that was recently announced?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, no, it isn't. That centre is in the process of being developed. We've hired an individual, Mr. Speaker, to lead that, who's doing an amazing job in a short time. They have worked with an individual who's going to be the head of the advisory board, Mr. Speaker, and they're bringing together a plan which will change the way in which we deal with mental health and wellness across the board, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the things I'm very proud of, and I'm hoping that sometime in the next few weeks we'll be able to make a more formal announcement of what that is and where it will be situated, Mr. Speaker, but it is underway. It's important for us, and it's a priority item, Mr. Speaker, not just in the throne speech, but what we do in here every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker, and I, of course, look forward to getting clarity on that Wellbeing Centre. But about the research centre that I mentioned, a centre that performs research studies to better understand mental health and addictions is, without doubt, a noble undertaking. However, it's a far cry from what the Premier promised, and it's nothing close to what Islanders have been begging for years. The Minister seems happy to take the Premier's dreams, to water them down and hand them out to the Minister and Deputy's family members. A question to the Premier. This is all starting to look very dodgy, Premier. When are you going to clean up this mess and hold your Minister accountable?
The Honourable Premier.
We need a little bit more information in terms of what he determines to be the mess, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how to quite answer the question because I don't understand its premise, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Mr. Speaker, we're hearing heartbreaking stories from across the province of tenants having to give up their pets to keep their home or to find a new place to live. This isn't a new story at all, but it's worse now more than ever. The PEI Humane Society states, and I quote, "The number one reason we are seeing surrenders right now is because of the housing crisis on PEI." Question for the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Are pets allowed in all housing that is owned and managed by the province?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. And it is heartbreaking. As a dog owner myself, I mean, I have a pet that has a special spot in my heart. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all housing units do not allow pets. And it is probably one of the biggest issues with people who are still on the housing registry, for example, Mr. Speaker. And it's something that is extremely challenging to address. I'm going to talk to the department a little bit more about that. Frankly, I wasn't aware that the Humane Society was quoting that as their number one reason for receiving animals, and I'd look forward to the member giving me maybe a quantity of the number of animals she's talking about. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Can Google that on CBC. Question to the Minister of Social Development and Housing. You let people smoke in public housing. Why not allow them to have pets?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So smoking is allowed in some public housing, just the way pets are allowed in some public housing. It's a difficult situation, Mr. Speaker. We have to respect the individuals that need housing, and we work with them. There's some extremely challenging situations, especially in our bigger social housing. I mean, the member has brought to me issues in places like Champion Court or Duvar Court. These are large buildings, and these are challenging situations, and our housing staff does their best to deal with them. And you know, if the member has some suggestions about how she thinks we should do it, if she thinks we should just open it up to allow more smoking or more pets, then be happy to consider that.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were 50 pets surrendered just last week. And it's not difficult. It's about respecting what a family unit is. And as you said yourself, your dog has a special place in your heart, as does mine and mine. And we know that pets are a part of the family. They are a support for people who are struggling. They are a key part of people's emotional support and well-being. I hear all the time, I cannot leave without my cat, my dog, whatever. They're the reason I am still here. Question to the Minister of Health. How does forcing tenants to give up their pets fit into your mental health strategy?
The honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as former member, or minister, I should say, of Social Development and Housing, I certainly do appreciate the challenges associated with individuals, families who are very attached to their pets, and trying to find affordable housing where they can have their pets as part of a family with them. Mr. Speaker, I think with regard to the mental health aspect of it, absolutely, it is like a family member. With that, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Social Development and Housing had alluded to, I'd be more than happy to sit down with the member and with the Minister of Social Development and Housing and have a discussion on suggestions where you feel that there may be gaps, and we can work together on this. Thank you.
Honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be happy to sit down and talk about this, but the fact is that, Minister, you shot that down when we brought it forward before. So we've established that dogs, cats, animals are an integral part of family units. The difference between you and I, Minister, and someone else is that we are homeowners. Question for the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Why should tenants have to accept a lower quality of life without their pets when homeowners like you and I don't have to make that choice?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, this is a search I've done on Kijiji. I think I have it bookmarked because it is an issue. People who smoke, who have pets, have a harder time finding a place to rent. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to pets, you can do that sort of search on Kijiji. And Mr. Speaker, there are places out there where tenants are allowed to have pets. There's probably more that don't. And landlords, of course, are the ones that are making that decision based on a number of different factors. You know, I mean, depends on the type of pet and the number of pets and that sort of thing. But within our social housing, that's something that is within the control of our department. For the most part, we have family housing boards, although for seniors housing, it's directly in our control. And like the Minister said, I want to work with you. We have a good history of collaboration, I think, and I'd love to continue to discuss with you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've been waiting for over 2 years for the new Residential Tenancy Act. We still don't know when or even if we're going to see that desperately needed legislation. Question to the Minister. How will this legislation protect tenants who have pets?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me assure you that the Residential Tenancy Act, the complete rewrite of the Rental of Residential Properties Act, is something that the department has been spending lots and lots of time. It's been a major effort, and Mr. Speaker, it's such important legislation. We're taking the time that we really need to get this right. And Mr. Speaker, I look forward to briefing the member on what's in there, and you know, I'll review it to see if there's anything specifically about pets. It's going to be challenging, Mr. Speaker, and when it comes to the Residential Tenancy Act, I think we're probably going to come to a solution where probably landlords are probably not going to be entirely happy, and tenants aren't probably going to be entirely happy. It'd be hard to tell a landlord they have to accept pets, but we'll see. That's a debate we can have, and thank you for the question.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
And it's good to hear recognition from both sides of the House here, the value and that pets bring to our lives, and that those connections have such an impact on our mental health and well-being. For seniors who may now be living alone or who have lost loved ones, this can be doubly so. Pet ownership has been shown to improve health outcomes in older adults by providing companionship, giving a sense of purpose and meaning, reducing loneliness, and increasing socialization. Mr. Speaker, many seniors on a limited income simply cannot afford to care for and keep their cherished animals who, for them, are family. Question to the Minister of Social Health, Development and Housing. Would you consider including pet-related costs as eligible expenses for the Seniors Independence Program?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I mean that is you know, an interesting idea, and thank you for bringing that forward. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we've got some experts, of course, in the department that spend a lot of time with these sort of issues, and I do want to give a shout out again to the frontline workers who do such a fantastic job and have some challenging times, but you know, that is one that I will take back, and I'll try and you know, see if we can get some numbers around that and see what's going on there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the reactions we've seen to student protests last week, it's become clear that the current process for dealing with incidents of potential harassment and inappropriate behavior doesn't work for anyone involved. It doesn't work for students, it doesn't work for teachers, it doesn't work for school administrators, and it doesn't seem to work for government. A question to the Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning. Do you agree that the current process for dealing with these incidents is ineffective?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and for the question. Mr. Speaker, I'll reiterate what I said last week. Nothing's off the table, Mr. Speaker. Certainly we need to look at all of our processes, all of our procedures, all of our guidelines. We need to look at our cultures in our schools, Mr. Speaker. And in my role, I want to ensure that all stakeholders are at the table in doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, I would invite the Honourable Member to participate in those conversations because, Mr. Speaker, they're extremely important. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Summerside South Drive.
Speaker, reducing and hopefully getting rid of these sorts of incidents will require broader and longer-term societal change that includes but is not limited to the education system. We need to keep working on that. But in the meantime, an immediate solution that we have heard put forward by teachers, students, and the child and youth advocate is to create an independent, third-party process for investigating, resolving, and reporting on incidents of potential inappropriate behavior. Will you listen to question to the Minister, will you listen to teachers and students, to everyone it seems, and create such an independent third-party process for investigating these incidents?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. Absolutely, I think there is value in ensuring that there's a third party involved in these investigations. And Mr. Speaker, prior to last week, this is already something that the department and the public schools branch and CSLF were looking into, Mr. Speaker. And last week's events just reiterated the importance and the need for it, Mr. Speaker. And so I am very committed to ensuring that I work together collaboratively with all stakeholders and that we do find a way whereby students feel more comfortable and safe having their voices on important matters heard and addressed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, I was at the student rally on Friday, and given what I heard there and in my DMs all weekend, we are not doing a great job of educating students on harassment, on consent, on healthy relationships, and the laws around sexual violence. The Justice Minister and I both agree that the impacts of this failure in education have profound impacts on the justice system. Question to the Minister of Education. Tell this House and the young women who are listening what your plan is to roll out comprehensive education on these topics.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. I certainly want to commend all those in our education system who are working so hard to provide safe and caring environments for our students, Mr. Speaker. And certainly as it relates to our curriculum, Mr. Speaker, we've had a complete overhaul of our health curriculum, and the new health curriculum was rolled out for our grade 7 to 9 students this year. The pilot was done last year, and this health curriculum certainly focuses on the importance of building strong relationships, the importance of consent, Mr. Speaker, and certainly there's a lot of different resources in place. And this last week's protest really gave me the opportunity to delve into some of those resources. So, Mr. Speaker, one of which is a microphone project, which was developed by the Interministerial Women's Secretariat. It's a grade 9 curriculum resource on consent, Mr. Speaker, gender stereotypes, sexual assault and bystander roles. Mr. Speaker, the SHIFT module, which is currently being rolled out in our CEO program in high schools, again, is an important resource for workplace sexual harassment. Thank you very much.
Summerside Wilmot.
Mr. Speaker, if the minister had been at these protests and listened to those girls, she would not be defending that we are doing enough. What we are teaching these girls is that when they come forward and complain of harassment, they will not be believed. These girls are being told the problem is what they are wearing. It is that they are being too dramatic. They are overreacting. They are not reacting appropriately. Does anyone need me to explain why women do not report their sexual assault? Question to the Minister of Justice. What are the stats around underreporting when it comes to sexual violence in this country?
Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very important topic that we are covering. And Mr. Speaker, these stats are alarming, Mr. Speaker, and they're far too high, Mr. Speaker. We have to think about the victims here. We always have to have a victims focus, Mr. Speaker. And as the Department of Justice, we want to work with victims and through victim services, which is of course, a free service that we can always obtain. But, Mr. Speaker, it has to start with the community level on the victim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Exactly. Exactly, Minister. What we need to remember is that it's not just the girls who stepped up who are watching what is playing out. It is the girls who did not speak up, and it is the boys who are watching what happened. We need a seismic shift. We need people to know that when they complain, it will be taken seriously. This is the pipeline of underreporting. That is what we are talking about here. Question to the Minister of Education. We need a seismic shift in our culture, and it has to start in our schools, and it has to start with you. What are you going to do to turn this around?
Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning.
Mr. Speaker, I fully agree. This doesn't just exist in our schools, Mr. Speaker. As a society, we need to do better, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we are developing the Interministerial Women's Secretariat, along with a number of different stakeholders, the first ever sexual violence prevention strategy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also, as I know the Minister of Justice had alluded to last week, we have our Adult Sexual Violence Task Force, Mr. Speaker. And for the first time ever this year, Mr. Speaker, we had a Sexual Assault Awareness Week, Mr. Speaker, and it was such a success, Mr. Speaker, because it really drove home the importance of ensuring that as a society we educate, we support, we're there for one another, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity to participate in the Take Back the Event night, which was coordinated by the Rape and Sexual Assault Center, Mr. Speaker, and what a powerful event it was, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really pleased that the Interministerial Women's Secretariat has committed $15,000 to that event on a go-forward basis, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question today is for the Premier. Earlier this year, the Liberal caucus provided government with suggestions for its 2021 speech from the throne. Our submission included a recommendation for mandatory vaccinations against COVID for healthcare workers. Back in March, the Premier mocked the suggestion. He said mandatory vaccinations were illegal. My question, where did the Premier get the idea that mandatory vaccinations are illegal?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that doesn't sound like something I would be so sharp and definitive on. I tend to try to walk a little finer line in here. I might have questioned whether or not they were legal, Mr. Speaker, and whether or not it's been interpreted as illegal for the purposes of this question, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. But I think I've been taking our advice from the Chief Public Health Office, Mr. Speaker. We have the highest uptake of vaccine in this country, Mr. Speaker. We're the envy of other provinces with our vaccine policy, Mr. Speaker. And we knew when it started, Mr. Speaker, there could never be 100% vaccine uptake, Mr. Speaker. That was never the goal. And what we've tried to incorporate along the way was for those very minor, small percentage that haven't been vaccinated, if they wish to work in that field where we need them to work, Mr. Speaker, that they would need to take extra precautions like 3 tests a week, and that's what we've been doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very clear at this point that mandatory vaccinations are not illegal, and in fact, they are a helpful protection against the pandemic. We also know that mandatory vaccinations help to encourage many people to get this important protection. Why has government consistently rejected the idea of mandatory vaccinations for educational, healthcare, and public service?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, it is a really good question, and I'm interested to see how it plays out in other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. And from our perspective, we're trying to measure a number of different factors. First of all, we talk again about our high uptake in vaccinations overall, which has been leading the country, Mr. Speaker, and in many regards the world. And that's a good story, Mr. Speaker. We also have enhanced border measures with the to and flow of traffic into our province, where we're testing, Mr. Speaker, at a level that no other jurisdiction is, Mr. Speaker. And we have to weigh all of that along the, underneath the factors in which we have lots of challenges in our labor force, Mr. Speaker. I'm interested to see if other jurisdictions will actually send people home in healthcare, Mr. Speaker, where they're already without enough resources, Mr. Speaker. So it's a balance. It's a delicate balance. I understand the premise of the question, Mr. Speaker, and where it comes from, but what we've embarked on here under the direction of the Chief Public Health Office has been for those very small percentage that haven't been getting vaccinated in these key areas, Mr. Speaker, that they go through a very intensive testing process each week. And in the health perspective, Mr. Speaker, each one of those individuals wear extreme PPE as well. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the third party, or second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What cost is that to the taxpayers? Mr. Speaker, we all want out of the pandemic, and we all want to do our part. We will be debating a motion on mandatory vaccination of frontline workers in education here later today. Will this initiative finally be supported by your government?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the members of my government will get to vote on the motion as to how they see fit, Mr. Speaker. If I'm in the House when the motion is being debated, I won't support it, Mr. Speaker, simply because, Mr. Speaker, I've taken the direction of the Chief Public Health Office on each and every file. I haven't let politics get in the way of it, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly not going to let it do it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from O'Leary-Inverness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members on this side of the House and Islanders have witnessed a dramatic decline in the capacity of healthcare delivery in this province, and it seems to continue to worsen. Access to doctors, with patient registry numbers increasing, 700 vacancies within the system, Mr. Speaker, and ER wait times beyond imagination, Mr. Speaker. And now even our virtual healthcare is failing. How much worse is this going to get? That's going to impact the real Islanders, their lives, Mr. Speaker. Also, there seems to be a shortage of long-term care beds. And the issue is rooted in vacancies, Mr. Speaker, not a lack of the physical beds or demand for those beds. For many Islanders are now forced to wait in costly hospital beds or at home while there's vacant long-term care beds in the system, Mr. Speaker. Currently, question to the Minister of Health. How many provincially funded long-term care beds are sitting vacant across the province right now?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the former Minister of Health and my colleague across the way for bringing this up. Of last information I did have was 42 beds in the public facilities that were vacant at this point in time. Also continuing to follow up with Health PEI on this in the public and private sector over the next 2-week period, Mr. Speaker. There will be 21 beds that will be opening.
O'Leary-Inverness.
It was even worse than I thought, Mr. Speaker. I was hearing 36, so now we're up to 42 long-term care beds sitting empty. Good to know that there's a few more coming back online, but that's still sitting at 21 long-term care beds sitting empty. Mr. Speaker, I've also heard from Islanders on a number of occasions, I know the Minister's heard this at our Hospital Foundation meeting in O'Leary, that the concern over the lack of respite beds, Mr. Speaker, respite beds, places where people, families are impacted so they can get a little bit of a break to provide a service that probably government should be providing if those beds were full, Mr. Speaker. We've heard respite care beds are discontinued due to a lack of staff again, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Health, how many respite care beds are currently sitting empty across the province?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, the Honourable Member, as all of us in here, appreciate the frontline workers and the effort that has went in from frontline workers that may have, in cases, had to be redeployed because of testing immunization, along that line. Mr. Speaker, as Minister, I cannot thank our frontline workers enough for the dedication that they have shown and will continue to show. With that, Mr. Speaker, there is a shortage right across every province of healthcare workers at every level, Mr. Speaker. And that is one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, that we have initiated a comprehensive 10-year plan to study and determine what the healthcare resources, human resources will be. Thank you.
Larry Inverness for second supplementary, 25 seconds.
It takes 36 weeks to train an RCW, Mr. Speaker. So staff care shortages are everywhere, Mr. Speaker, and we're certainly now hearing unsafe protocols are being implemented almost daily, weekly, Mr. Speaker, risking patients. Question to the Minister of Health. How many unsafe protocols have been implemented in the last 6 months in our facilities here in Prince Edward Island?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll certainly bring that information back, the exact number, when I can obtain that from Health PEI, Mr. Speaker. But I think going back, the honourable member mentions the number of weeks that's required for an RCW. Let's get down to the brass tacks here, though. In our healthcare system, in our facilities, it's more than RCWs, it's LPNs, it's RNs, and we have taken action and taken initiatives to address this, Mr. Speaker, and to look what the requirements are going to be going forward.
Tignish Pomeroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the last year, we've seen many questions, or we've asked many questions, seeking further details on medical homes. And so far, we've gotten little response to that. So into a response by a question last Friday, the Premier confidently stood and said, 5 new medical homes will be operational by the end of this fiscal year. But yesterday, the Minister of Health stood up in this House and said there would only be an announcement about 5 new medical homes before the end of this fiscal year. Question to the Minister of Health. Can you clarify this contradiction? Will there be 5 new medical homes operational before the end of this fiscal year, or will there only be an announcement by then?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I would say that for a medical home neighbourhood, any initiative to be operational, it has to be announced. So in this case, yes, they will be announced and they will be operational. It seems that there's certain members in the opposition and in the third party have a bit of a challenge getting their heads around exactly what medical homes, medical neighbourhoods are. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I am going to extend an invitation to both the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the third party to have a briefing arranged for them on this matter and any other of the MLAs that want to attend. Thank you.
Tignish Pomeroy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During the Premier's State of the Province address in the spring, we heard a different commitment to the launch of medical homes. At that time, he said, we will hit the ground running this year by establishing our first 3 medical homes and medical neighbourhoods in this province. The timelines and commitments around medical homes are constantly shifting, and they may, and many of the health challenges still exist, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Minister of Health. What do you say to islanders who are losing confidence in your ability to deliver medical homes due to these inconsistent comments and commitments?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Understand better. They've never seen it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you look at the initiatives that we're taking that are going to have to be part of these medical homes, medical neighbourhoods, Mr. Speaker. As I've mentioned before, they are endorsed by the PEI College of Family Physicians, that we're increasing recruitment. We've increased the number of FTE equivalents for family physicians, Mr. Speaker. And we will be rolling these out over the next number of months. Yeah. So yes, to follow up on that, I guess, the question, yeah, do you want them, do you not? And with that, I look forward later this afternoon, I hope, to hear back from both the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the third party if they accept my invitation to arrange that briefing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tignish Palmer Road, your second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you wonder why Islanders are confused about the health care of here in Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, medical homes and neighbourhoods are an interesting concept, and they have potential to solve some of the health care problems here in Prince Edward Island. But one concern I've heard from Islanders is how they will impact existing primary care services here in this province. We already struggle to fill staff vacancies in healthcare, yet the minister is expecting to be able to fully staff new medical homes. Question to the Minister of Health. Can you assure anxious Islanders that the introduction of medical homes will not dilute the primary care services they currently have access to?
Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, and it's obvious that the honourable member himself does not have his head around what a medical home or medical neighbourhood is, because part and parcel of that, Mr. Speaker, is the delivery of primary care services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Morel Donut.
Yeah, you should come. You really should.
Minister? Morel Donut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question today is for the Minister of Social Development and Housing. Minister, you know one of my very first briefings when I was elected was with the grandparents taking care of their grandchildren group, and it's an important thing that I feel is ongoing for too long, the decisions on this. Will the new policy for the Alternative Caregivers Program require a grandparent to have legal guardianship of their grandchild to be eligible for the monthly subsidy?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Morel really has been a strong advocate in this area, and I want to thank him for that. I also wanted to give credit to former MLA Tina Mundy for her work advocating for this program and bringing it into being. She did a great job. And so I, too, really think this program serves a very, very core need. And, Mr. Speaker, the grandparent will not have to have custody of their child in order to get the subsidy.
Morel Donut.
Mr. Speaker, and that's good, Minister. But here's the other side to this. Legal guardianship, accessing that is a barrier to those grandparents. Trying to get certain types of health care, dental work, applying to kids sport. You've heard the stories. If you don't have that legal guardianship, you can't access those services. And you know that in many of these cases, it's very difficult to get that transferred. What is your department working on in the new policy to help grandparents achieve this guardianship?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, this having the ability that right now requires custody for grandparents and all their other alternate care providers to actually sign off on key things like the member talks about was the number1 issue at the workshop in Mill River, was the #1 issue at the workshop in Rod Royalty, and advocates like Dr. Christina Murray and Don Avery bring them forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is not just grandparents and alternate care providers where this is an issue. So in fact, this is one of the things that the complete rewrite of our Child Protection Act is going to address. And the new policy is going to allow for both temporary and permanent custody to be assigned to grandparents and alternate care providers. But we need to change that Child Protection Act in order for that to happen. So the two are intertwined.
Morel Donut, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me kind of lay this out. So I'm a grandparent. I'm taking care of a grandchild, and I'm trying to access these services. So, and the department is saying you really should go down the route to try and get legal guardianship. But here's the catch. We all know how expensive that is. You have to go to a lawyer to get that done. So you're talking about, you know, at least $1,000, if not more, kind of thing. And that's your side of things. You also have to find your son or daughter and their partner to their legal fees, because you can't have the same lawyer. So there's two sets of legal fees that grandparents can often end up on the hook for. So if they can't afford that, they're not going for that legal guardianship. Their kids that are in their care, this is impacting them. They're not able to get the proper care that they need. Will the new policy allow for covering the costs of legal expenses for achieving legal guardianship of the kids?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, the short answer is yes, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to briefing the member across as well as any other member who's interested on both the new policies we're going to put in place for, we're calling it the grandparents and alternate care providers policy, as well as the rewrite of the Child Protection Act, and you'll see exactly how things work there, because the department is going to be the one that's requesting the either temporary or permanent custody. I believe the cost of any legal fees will fall on the department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last sitting, your government committed to dedicating all revenue obtained from online gambling to mental health and addiction supports for gamblers. Question to the Minister of Finance. How much revenue has been dedicated to these health and social supports since you made this commitment?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. When I made the promise, it was regarding online gambling, and we have not launched any e-gambling website here on PEI yet through ALC. We are still waiting for the responsible gambling strategy, and when that happens, we'll make the decision moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Charlottetown Belvedere, final question.
Speaker, in their annual report, the PEI Lotteries Commission said it had nothing to do with the discussions on the online casino. Question to the Minister of Finance. Why is the Lotteries Commission, which by law is tasked with developing gaming policy in the province, being kept in the dark about online gaming discussions?
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Well, Honourable Member, I'll share with you that I am the chair of the Lotteries Commission, so they are not kept in the dark. We are working together on not only the gambling strategy, we've had a briefing on the consulting of that and the consultant that will be doing the work. I'm quite well aware of what is happening as the chair, and we will continue to work together with all islanders to ensure gambling is as safe as possible for everyone here on PEI. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
End of question period. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have recently received the results of a province-wide climate change risk assessment. The assessment looked at the following climate hazards: coastal erosion, post-tropical storms, heat waves, heavy precipitation and flooding, severe ice storms and freezing rain, earlier warmer springs, seasonal drought. The results of the report are not shocking, as we've known about these climate hazards for some time. The assessment validates and substantiates why we have been working on adaptation and taking action where our vulnerabilities are. Some examples of our government action over the past few years include building better and ensuring that infrastructure like roads, bridges, buildings, electricity systems, and water and wastewater systems are built to withstand climate impacts. Implementing the Climate Sense program, a training and development program that helps recent UPEI graduates and local professionals like engineers, planners, architects, teachers, and artists learn more about climate change and develop skills that will help them integrate climate change into their work. Launching programs like the Soil First initiative that supports farmers in their efforts to improve soil health, a key adaptation to both drought and intense rainfall. And providing better information on coastal flood and erosion hazards through a free coastal hazard assessment service for property owners and the development of a new coastal flood map. These are just a few examples, Mr. Speaker. We know we have more work to do, and the climate change risk assessment helps us focus and prioritize our efforts. We have started the process to create a province-wide adaptation plan to tackle the risks outlined in this assessment, and every department in government will be a part of it. This plan is significant, as we need to ensure our island is ready for the impacts of a changing climate. Working in conjunction with our net zero framework, we will continue to make smart, informed, and responsible decisions as we move forward. We have a positive working relationship with the federal government, and they have been supportive of our ambitious plans, including NRCan's contribution to the climate change risk assessment. I look forward to further conversations with Minister Wilkinson, and I know he will continue to do great things with our government. I also look forward to working with the new Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Minister Guilbeault. I encourage all islanders to read the report and consider actions that will reduce their risks from a changing climate. As islanders, we are resilient, and this is an opportunity to recognize our strengths and create more resilient and sustainable future for PEI. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The climate change risk assessment was called for by both the Auditor General and the UPEI Climate Lab back in 2017. This, however, is not the plan we've been waiting for. It's a critical plan. It's the plan that we need to inform and incorporate the next plans, but the plan we're waiting for is that plan for net zero. It's good for the Minister to reference that there's a net zero framework and there's federal pieces, but we haven't seen those yet. So we're going to have to kind of work with what we've got. And what we have is the content of this risk assessment report, which, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to dispute. It is shocking. It is scary, and we do need to take it seriously. I absolutely agree that we are completely capable of taking the recommendations and the recommendations and adaptation frameworks that are in this plan and putting them in place here. But the longer we wait, the harder that's going to be, Mr. Speaker, and time isn't waiting for us. When you look at the risk matrix in here, which is based on the estimated likelihood and consequences of climate impact around those things like coastal erosion, storms, heat waves, and freezing, the map is almost entirely in the orange and the red. And that impacts areas around our health, our economy, and our social stability. When we see things that are extremely likely and have extremely high consequence, Mr. Speaker, we know those are things that we cannot wait another day to take action on. And we need to see that those plans, those adaptation plans, are being incorporated right now into the decision-making and the capital planning that this government is doing. So when we ask questions, for instance, in the capital budget about where are the big picture expenditures in the capital investments that we need to be making to adapt, that's a valid question in the context of this plan. I appreciated that I've had a couple of months to read this and get pretty familiar with it while it was in embargo, and I look forward to seeing this being implemented through those net zero frameworks, which I hope we will see tabled very shortly. Thank you, Minister. I look forward to seeing more from your department in a collaborative approach.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement, and you know, anything we can do provincially, nationally, and globally to decrease climate hazards, it's very important to the future of our youth and the future of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
There we go. Buckle up. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to speak today about the importance of the seafood industry in this province, as highlighted in the recent PEI Seafood Sector Economic Contribution Study, which I will be tabling today. This study was prepared by Ernst & Young for the PEI Marine Science Organization, a Crown corporation under my department. This report closely examines the direct and indirect impacts of the various sectors within the seafood industry. PEI seafood industry has an economic contribution of $938 million to the island's economy and a further $262 million in other provinces for combined economic impact for the province of Prince Edward Island of $1.2 billion. Most of the seafood produced in PEI is destined for markets within Canada and is or exported to countries around the world. The fishers, aquaculture, and processing industries are key economic drivers to PEI. They provide thousands of jobs and contribute to making this island a great place to live. Mr. Speaker, this study makes clear the importance of the seafood sector, not just to our rural coastal communities, but to our entire province. Mr. Speaker, there is a great deal of diversity in our seafood sector, and participants have both challenges and opportunities. Whether we are looking at the lobster fishery, the aquaculture, or the value-added processing, our industry creates economic activity and provides employment in all communities across our island. Mr. Speaker, this study provides a background to help us address challenges and identify opportunities for the industry to reach its full potential and see even a greater success in the years to come. As October marks the National Seafood Month, we celebrate the industry and the importance of the fishery to the communities and the people of Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, I welcome a meeting as soon as possible with the Honourable Joyce Murray, the new Minister for DFO and the Canadian Coast Guard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Summerside, Beaumont.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the impacts of the fishing community on our island community are well known and well established, both in the financial points that the minister speaks to, but also on the cultural side. It is a part of our way of life. It is a part of our communities. It's part of our history and our heritage. And it's one of those areas where we can really speak to value-added, high-value, high-quality products that PEI is known for, is proud of, and has put us on the map worldwide. And I think that's a great thing. I'm really excited to look for, I'm very excited that you will be tabling this report. I look forward to going through the study to look at those future opportunities and also the challenges that this industry is facing so that we know we are keeping this as sustainable as possible into the future. I think this last lobster fishing season, for example, is a really unique opportunity where we had a chance to see both remarkable catches and also record prices, and those things rarely happen together. But that won't necessarily always be the case. So we have to be looking for opportunities to support this industry now and into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the seafood industry is one of our main industries here on Prince Edward Island. And in fact, in my district of Tignish Palmer Road, it is the main economic driver. The whole community revolves around the fishing industry. If the fishermen are doing well, I've said it in here many times, fishermen are doing well, fishers are doing well, we're all doing well. I grew up in a construction company family. None of us fished, but when the fishermen did well, we did well. So we have to do everything we can to help this industry, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all of those who are involved in the seafood industry, whether it's from the processors to the plant workers to the fishers who are out on our waters every day, bringing quality seafood, not only to the islanders, but to every place around the world, Mr. Speaker. And I want to give a compliment to processors, the buyers, the marketers who had to adapt during the pandemic over the last 20 months to find new markets, to ensure that our quality product had a new home, had a market out there, and they did a great job with it. We've experienced one of the best lobster fishery seasons here in Prince Edward Island this year, and it's a credit to all of those who are involved in the industry, and I look forward to reading the study later on this afternoon. Thank you.
End of statements. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By leave of the House, I beg leave to table an article on pet ownership and its influence on mental health in older adults. And I move, seconded by Charlottetown Victoria Park, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Carry. The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Hansard from March 9, 2021, where the Premier said it is not in the speech because it is illegal, referring to mandatory COVID vaccine. And I move, second by the Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Carry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By command of Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor, I beg leave to table report on borrowing for the period of January 31st, 2021, and I move, second by the Honourable Premier, Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the said document now received and lie on the table.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg to table the economic contributions of the seafood sector in Prince Edward Island 2021. And I move, second by the Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, that the said document now be received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Carry. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, by command of Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor, I beg leave to table the Health PEI 2020-2021 Annual Report for the period ending March 31st, 2021, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table the Department of Health and Wellness and Health PEI Accountability Framework, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table Health PEI Strategic Plan for the period 2021 to 2024. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Any more tabling of documents? Did I miss anyone? No? Reports by committees? Introduction of government bills? No bills. Motions other than government? Orders other than government? The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford and the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that motion 59 be now read.
Shall it carry?
Mr. Speaker, motion 59 is under debate, and debate was adjourned by the mover, the Honourable Member from Summerside Wilmot.
The Honourable Member from Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was last talking about this, I was explaining social prescribing and the benefits that we are seeing of this early adaptation to it in the UK. And social prescribing, as I was saying, creates an interesting solution because we have seen the paradox that the social determinants of health really present for the healthcare system. Because even though the impacts of your social situation are well known and well established by healthcare, we understand that about 80% of your overall health and well-being can be accredited to your social context. Doctors and healthcare professionals have very little ability to influence those outcomes, so it really creates a challenge. And that was something that the UK looked to address. So the premise of it was for individuals who were awaiting an opportunity to see a healthcare professional on perhaps anxiety, depression, things of this nature. The wait times were extraordinary. They were very long, and that time was going to pass anyway. So in the meantime, individuals were presented with a prescription to do something social. That might be a prescription to go dancing, or to take cooking lessons, to get out in the community. For some people, it could be writing lessons, it could be art, it could be theater, it could be dance, it could be any number of things. And what they found was remarkable. When people finally did end up going to their doctor, when those appointments were indeed had, many, many of them found that they did not feel depressed. They did not feel anxious. And of course, that's not going to be the case for everyone. There are many people for whom a social prescription will not solve the problem. But it also improves the wait times for those individuals because the people who can be benefited are. And I think we have a really interesting opportunity on Prince Edward Island right now in the wake of COVID, Mr. Speaker, because we are hearing from our cultural sectors. We're hearing from our art sectors that are struggling. They have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. We know that. And that's not unique to Prince Edward Island. That's true right across the country. And a discussion is going to have to be had on how we are going to support those industries, not just for their value to tourism, Mr. Speaker, but also to their value to our communities, to our sense of place, to our well-being. We understand, I think this legislature very well understands the benefits of arts and culture and how significant they are to us. So we're going to have to find a way to support them either way, because we're not prepared to lose them. I think we all agree on that. And what an interesting opportunity we have with a social prescription to support people who are struggling with loneliness from isolation. My honourable colleague from Mermaid Stratford spoke passionately about the impacts of loneliness in this legislature and how detrimental it is to our health, to our sense of community, to our sense of place. And I think that's only been more pronounced in the wake of COVID. We are seeing mental health impacts escalating for people, and wait times are not getting shorter. So what a unique opportunity we have to support our arts and culture sector and at the same time support people's wellness. We would not be the first province to take such a step, Mr. Speaker. We've seen Ontario move forward on a pilot from this. In fact, they're already a year into it. and they've had really interesting outcomes from that. Within 3 months, they found 57% of people were reporting improvements to their health and sense of well-being, and at the end of 9 months, 84% were reporting improvements. That's remarkable. There are so few other examples that we could say that is true for, and it takes a relatively small investment. It's a pathway for you to get more people into the dance programs and the cooking classes and the riding lessons that are already happening in your community, which is great for those small businesses and nonprofits that are really struggling right now. It allows people to connect, like my honorable colleague pointed out the importance of. It improves people's sense of well-being, and we would not be the first jurisdiction. So I think that we can look at all of the good that has come out of Ontario, and we can build this as part of our recovery plan. I'm proposing that government consider something like this. I would ask you to consider who you think needs to be able to write social prescriptions. Who are the people who need to be able to identify those who would be benefited from this? I'm thinking our teachers. They know their students so very well. I'm thinking our counselors. I am imagining those who work directly with seniors, who are often dramatically impacted by loneliness, particularly with COVID. But I don't think that's the end of the list, and I'm sure that ministers on the other side of the House could think of an awful number of people who would be able to recognize those who would be benefited and could prescribe this. And in the same way that we were prepared to put forward a gift card program for restaurants when we knew they were struggling, we could do the same sort of thing. We could create a social prescription gift card. And once you have a number of organizations and individuals who are able to identify who's in need of these types of prescriptions and hand them out, you would also have a list of organizations who have something to offer. I'm thinking in my own district, the College of Piping. I'm thinking of Spotlight Theatre when they were open. Both of these organizations spoke passionately about the impacts on well-being to their students. If you speak to the people who either went through those programs or ran them, you would be amazed at the stories that they have to tell about people who came forward and talked years later about how they were feeling suicidal when they had gotten involved with these organizations, and it really turned their lives around. But those two organizations are not alone, and I'm sure every one of you in this House would be able to come up with examples of those sorts of organizations that connect people with animals, that connect people with culture, that connect people with art, that connect people with each other. So we would ask all of those organizations to put their hand up and say, yes, this is something I would like to participate in. We identify the people who can hand out these social prescriptions, and we give them the opportunity to do so. And then you need a way to track the results. And that could be as simple as a survey that people do at the beginning, 3 months in, 6 months in, 9 months in, and then you can decide for yourself if it's something that's worthy of continuing on with. But I think you will find that it is. The other jurisdictions that have tried this have indeed found that it was. I think that this is an opportunity for us to support well-being, to support our communities, to support arts and culture, and to be creative, and I'm hoping government will take it. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Was she the mover? The honourable member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in support of this motion. The first time that I brought forward social prescriptions in the House here was in July 2019, and we know July 2019 it's quite a different world in many ways in terms of the way that we interact socially and the way that we engage with each other in our communities and the activities that we participate in. There's been a lot of additional challenges, Mr. Speaker, that have developed over the course of COVID for people to engage in those activities. And at the time when we talked about that in 2019, the Minister of Health at that time did recognize that this was a really interesting idea and seemed quite valuable. And he had suggested at the time, said that he would look into it and that we would meet and discuss it. Unfortunately, that hasn't taken place. But I do hope that we can bring this discussion now to the forefront in this time when we know that those connections have faced challenges. Our ability to connect with each other in our communities has been stretched even further, Mr. Speaker, due to COVID. So we really have an opportunity to do something unique here that will really make a difference for so many people's lives. A very effective way to promote health and mental health and well-being is for individuals to feel included and involved in their communities, Mr. Speaker. And we know that there are so many strong, vibrant communities across PEI with excellent activities and programs for people to participate in, but many of those activities do have a cost, Mr. Speaker. And for many islanders, that cost can be the difference between participating or not. So, looking at what we can do to help people engage and be a part of different activities, whether it's arts or, different social activities, just things that we get to do together and interact and learn and grow and really have those social experiences, it's incredibly important. My colleague mentioned social prescriptions pilots that have taken place in Ontario and in the UK, and, that they found positive health changes in the UK within 18 to 24 months. That's really extraordinary. We don't see many interventions that have that much of a direct impact for really a very little cost, that to actually make this happen. One thing I do want to note, though, about the pilot that took place in the UK, the model being that healthcare professionals or frontline healthcare professionals would be the only ones that would be giving out these social prescriptions, perhaps recognizing that right now here in PEI that might not be the best model, considering we do have many islanders without a primary caregiver. I think the idea of looking at teachers or other professionals who engage with islanders on a regular basis, or with our youth who might identify people who could really benefit from having a little extra support and access to these types of programs is a really good way to get creative about how we are going to engage as many islanders as possible in pro-social, active behaviors that are going to benefit everyone. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we know that businesses in our arts and culture sector have been very hard hit during the pandemic. It's been a struggle for them, and we've seen with other government programs like the Food Island gift card that there's a recognition that there are businesses that need additional support and help to get through the pandemic and come out on the other side as even better than before. And I think we have an opportunity here to recognize that businesses in the arts and culture sector also deserve that support, and that at the same time as we are helping islanders to live healthy and well, we can also help support those businesses. And it's just absolutely a win-win for everybody. So, in the long run, we're talking about cost savings for our healthcare system. We're talking about benefits for well-being, as well as helping our businesses thrive. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to support this motion, and I look forward to further discussion on this. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thanks to both members that brought this motion forward. I'll be honest, when we come down, I was certainly going to support it, but after hearing the mover, more than ever now do I understand, and will certainly be supporting this motion. It's a great motion, I'll be honest. I almost wish I would have come up with it myself. We've certainly seen during COVID, Mr. Speaker, especially in the arts and culture sector, it was really hit hard with COVID, and they adapted well. They maneuvered, were creative, and really persevered through this. This would have been a great idea during the early days of COVID for sure, so I'm certainly glad it was brought here. The mental health impact now more than ever with COVID, we certainly see it. I see it every day. We all field the calls and talk to people and see what islanders are really going through right now, and the amount of mental health issues out there. And something like this could make such a positive change. It could also help an industry that was hit hard. So I certainly support this motion. I do feel that this probably falls under 3 departments. It would be under my department. probably under social development housing as well as health. So I think what we need to do is get around the table and see how we could administer this and put our heads together. Certainly the three ministers will be open to meet with the mover and seconder to work on something and see if we can do something sooner than later. So both, thank you very much. It's a great initiative and I'll certainly support it.
Charlottetown, Bright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly support this motion. This is a wonderful idea. As someone who's already passed his due date, I can say that the reason I'm in reasonably good health is because I prescribe myself lots of social activities, particularly dancing, music, etc. While we have shortage of doctors, of course, we have no shortage of cultural personnel, activities, venues, what have you, to fill the prescriptions. And while doctors may well prescribe such activities, one of the benefits of a social prescription that there's no bad side effect of any kind, only good effects. Obviously, it shouldn't be limited to doctors. This should be readily available to those that feel that it needs to be subscribed. I fully support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty, third party House Leader.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, this motion is, I think it's a strong one. And I look at the different things and like supporting artists, culture, and social activities, and those are three important areas. And I think when COVID has come and we're all in our own districts talking to people, and we find out information that this pandemic has hurt seniors, has hurt them from getting out and doing the things that they normally do. Whether it's social activities, it can be also missing a pool class. I mean, I've talked to some people who at the start of COVID were regular in a simple pool class, and now they can't get there because their mobility is not there. We have to figure out ways that we can get them out and reintroduce them. So I think this motion and just talking to the minister that it can go in a social activities, but you can also extend that into a wellness model. You can also extend that into activity, because that's what's hurt us the last little while during COVID. We're not moving enough. And yes, our brains aren't being stimulated enough with the social activities, and we have incredible artists, we have incredible people doing incredible work in Prince Edward Island. That's important, but we can take this a step further and make sure that we're getting people healthy. And it's pretty simple. There's some simple things that we're doing. The Minister of Transportation has worked very hard on building active transportation trails. Are we doing enough to support them? Are we doing enough to get people on those trails in communities? And how we do that, we can have social events, we can have jamborees, whatever you want to call them, and get the communities using those facilities together and promoting that. Maybe getting people out where they can win a $200 gift card just for going out and walking or taking their bike or participating. So this is a great start, and I think it has a lot to do with the wellness of Islanders and how we get around that. So don't forget, seniors are hurting. And you go into some of the senior complexes, and I remember just a quick story that I was talking with a few of them at Huntington Court, and it was around the time of Truth and Reconciliation, and they were all sitting around, and they said their activity was to lower the Canadian flag to half-mast on that day. And that was kind of an outing where they got together and they decided, and I was right there, and that's what they did. I mean, so we're hurting for just different things to do and ways to contribute. So I encourage this government to look at this very, very closely. Another idea I had, something about using the new electric buses on weekends to pick up seniors at various homes and then taking them out to different areas, whether it's a Cayley or whatever. They would love that. Are the buses being used on weekends? Can we do that? Let's get them out and use the bus fleets that we have on weekends potentially to help our seniors come out and just get in the process of getting out after COVID, because there's some mental blocks there for a lot of people in our population that are struggling to get out and get going.
And the time is coming to do that. So, you know, I encourage the government to look at this motion, but also include wellness and also include activities, whether it be gift cards, whether it be something, if somebody's interested in a membership somewhere at a gymnasium, let's encourage them to do that somehow. So, and GoPI might play an interesting role in this too as well. So, great motion, and I definitely will be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to thank the mover and the seconder of this motion. Great motion. As the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture had alluded to, he wished he had brought it forward. I would have gladly seconded it. And I think it is something that you look at what impact COVID has had right across the board. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, it has had an impact on mental health. The member from Charlottetown West Royalty alluded to the impact that it's had certainly across the board, but certainly on seniors as well. And to some extent, maybe to a greater extent on seniors. I will definitely be supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to echo the Minister's comments too, but I'd be more than happy to sit down with him, with Minister of Social Development and Housing, the mover and the seconder of the motion, to have discussion, just the best way to roll out this program. Personally, I would love to invite the member as well from Charlottetown West Royalty to sit in on that. And because I think we've had some great discussions ourselves with regard to the different aspects of wellness and how some individuals may view wellness through a different lens than he may or than I may, for that matter. So to have that discussion, I think it would be extremely valuable. So with that, Mr. Speaker, again, I thank the mover and the seconder of this motion. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I will certainly be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise and speak to this motion, supporting the mental health of Islanders through artistic, cultural, and social activity. And Mr. Speaker, you know, when I first read through the motion, I thought, you know, this sounds like a good idea, but like my colleagues across here now, hearing the mover and the seconder and other MLAs speak and seeing some of the ideas putting, you know, kind of meat on the bone and flushing it out, I really do strongly support the intent of this motion. I think when it comes to the operative clauses, you know, therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to develop a gift card program for Islanders to attend artistic, cultural, and social activities, and that the Legislative Assembly urge government to distribute these gift cards to Islanders. That's probably a little too narrow in scope. I'm not sure if the mover and seconder would agree or disagree, but I'd love to hear the comments and when you close on this. I think there's huge opportunities here beyond just gift cards, and I think the members have alluded to that in their statements. As the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture and Minister of Health and Wellness have stated, this does indeed touch at least all three of our portfolios, if not other ministers. And we heard as well other members talk about seniors. And of course, the responsibility for seniors lies in social development and housing. And so I did want to highlight seniors and how this sort of social prescribing could help seniors. But I wanted to give credit, Mr. Speaker, to the Senior Secretariat that does such a great job in our province representing seniors. And one of the things they have is a Senior Secretariat grant program. And the whole idea is it's supposed to support, and I quote, a range of interventions and activities designed to improve the quality of life for older adults in PEI. And so in many ways, a lot of the activities they're doing is really providing grant monies to support exactly the type of activities this motion talks about, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to highlight some of the proposals that were approved in 2021. I thought this would be a good opportunity to do this. And, maybe combining social prescription with these programs would be a great way to do it. For example, if you look at the Three Rivers 50-plus group, they were awarded money to have a project with education, information, friendship, fun, food, and travel, Mr. Speaker. So you could imagine if there was a senior that, in this case, in the Three Rivers area, and they were experiencing issues, they were prescribed to maybe go and partake as part of that project. Or, Mr. Speaker, you've got the, looking down here, the Muslim Society of PEI Inc. and the PEI Chapter and Council of Muslim Women received a grant for improvement of senior women's mental health. There's an example. I can imagine the activities as part of that project would be something that, again, a social prescription for people, that may not have otherwise reached out for that program. Having some of the professionals that the mover talked about refer people to that program would be excellent, Mr. Speaker. Some of the other ones, and there are a number of projects here, 31 in fact, I believe, that were approved here for 2021, but I'm just picking some of them for examples. The Town of Tignish Rec Department, bikes for seniors. That not only has the group and social focus, but also the exercise portion of that wellness activity. The Fortune Community Club, they have a seniors coffee break project, Mr. Speaker, which is great. Looking down here, Le Conseil Rev S.E. Perry Inc., let's regroup together safely. So that directly addresses, the COVID situation and how, in this case, seniors can regroup safely together. Just some excellent projects, as you can see, Mr. Speaker. And to highlight some more, the Mount Community Council has a seniors community garden that could be prescribed. The Shamrock Seniors Club, that's also partnered with the Fort Augustus Recreation Club, is looking at senior safety. Women's Network of PEI has a really interesting project, and that's Still Visible, Sharing Our Stories. And this really is a case where seniors get together to share their stories. And it's not huge expenses we're talking about here, but adds a lot of value. And these are the sort of things that a social prescription could be given for. The Rustico Bay Club, of course, that's right in my district, Mr. Speaker. They have the Enhanced Seniors Quality of Life Project, which speaks directly to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, just looking down here, we've got the Good Neighborly Seniors Club that partnered with the Tracadie Community Center that has a seniors fitness project. The Seniors Engagement Committee of Charlottetown, partnering with the City of Charlottetown, has an age-friendly bench project, Mr. Speaker. The Tignish Community Member Relations has Living the Best Life. And the Parkview Seniors Club, partnering with Generation XX in Summerside, has a summer concert series and community barbecue. So these are all the sort of things. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I find we have a lot of groups who are doing a lot of great things and government funds that are going out to groups. And one of the great challenges is marketing, really, all of the great things that are happening. And maybe through these sorts of social prescriptions, not only can it provide some of the financial aid that might be required to participate, but it also can be a way to market some of these great opportunities in our province, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've been talking to my department about is developing a seniors volunteer network. So I'm sure all of us across here know of people who are passionate about helping seniors and serving seniors. And, maybe it's just someone that's in a long-term care facility that doesn't have any family or a lot of family. And so they don't have a lot of visitors. And I've had people reach out to me saying, I go out and I visit people like that, and I would like to, more formally engage in that sort of process. And that's an example of what a senior volunteer could do. We've got our Seniors Independence Initiative And again, this is a way where we're providing funding. And one of the things that we're getting out of that is that social interaction where people go. And that's something I think everybody in the House has heard about our Seniors Independence Initiative. And again, I'd urge people, if you have seniors in your community, definitely apply to that and make sure they're taking advantage of it. And you know, if we get into this sort of social prescription model, maybe some of these seniors in this volunteer network can become social prescribers, yet another group to add to the list that the mover had mentioned. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've been involved with, and something I've talked to my department a bit about, is people who volunteer to go into mostly community care and long-term care facilities. So these could be part of the seniors volunteer network, but they provide you know, group activities, whether that be chair aerobics, Mr. Speaker, or maybe they're doing music. I know that's something that I've done in the past at various community care and long-term facilities. I know the member from Charlottetown West Royalty does some step aerobics, is that correct? With seniors. And again, I'm focused on seniors, but this could be expanded as per the motion. I'm kind of focusing in here. But those are the sort of people who are interacting with people that are in need and maybe could write this social prescription and refer people in there. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've noticed in my district and across the province really is there's service organizations, and we talk about them often here. And these may be Women's Institutes or the Catholic Women's League or Knights of Columbus or all the various Lions clubs, and I'm missing probably at least 24 organizations. But these are people who are there to serve, and they're constantly interacting with the community. They're reaching out. They're helping people who are in dire need. And what a great entity to be a social prescriber for some of these, as indicated in the motion, to prescribe programs to improve the health of their citizens through these types of activities. So this is a really great idea, and I want to thank the mover and the seconder for bringing this forward, like my colleagues. And I wanted to highlight some of the activity that's also going on already. I know the Lions Club in my district, so there's the Hunter River Lions Club, there's the Cimbria Lions Club, and there's the North Rustical Lions Club. I believe all three of them had car rallies last weekend. And really, the purpose of a car rally is just to get together with your friends and the community and get out and have some fun and blow off some steam. And really, it's about, at the end of the day, the way I look at that, it's about improving your mental health. And you know, wouldn't that be great? I love this motion. If you could have one of these your doctor say, you know what you really need? You need to go out to the Cimbria car rally. That's what you need to do this weekend. Wouldn't that would be fantastic? So the juices are really flowing over on this side of the House because of the member bringing this motion forward, and I really thank him for that. I like the idea about the electric buses, you know, bringing seniors to events on the weekend. I mean, there's probably a number of legal challenges and things, but those are the stuff we have to break through the red tape and the bureaucracy and fix those, and it's be a challenge to do that. But you know, let's think big, let's think outside the box, and that's what being progressive is all about. That's why I'm a progressive conservative, right? Because we're progressive, right? That's what it's all about. So one of the things I also talked about with my department. And I noticed some smiles over from across there, and it's great to see. We're having some fun in this house today. When it comes to the pandemic finally coming to an end, I'm not sure it's going to be like a hard date, of course. It's going to kind of... there's the reopening, and one of the things that I've asked the department to consider is maybe we could have a program where we do a kind of a reopening, a reconnection sort of program. So this would be across our family housing as well as in particular our seniors housing, but including community and long-term care facilities. It would be a chance not only for people to reach out that are going to play music and hold the fitness classes, and for us to give a little bit of funding for that, again helping the culture and arts community connect with those people with some funding, but it would also be a chance for the department to reconnect with those stakeholders and those constituents, because that has been a very difficult job, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic. You know, going into social housing for seniors, for example, has been something that hasn't been possible face to face for a lot of the pandemic, and I think that, you know, I really think that the residents are feeling stress on that end, and I know members have reached out to me about various social housing in their district, and sometimes, I mean, there's physical improvements that need to be made, and I really do believe the department has those well under control, but it's more about the mental health and social well-being, and those are really challenging things for our department. But this social prescription to get people involved in activities, as well as maybe a reopening initiative to really connect the people to those seniors, as well as connect the department back to those seniors, I think could go a long way to helping those. And so I say that as well, Mr. Speaker, because I just want to know that sometimes I get feedback and issues are raised into the department, and we really are hearing and we really are listening, and we're trying to improve, and we're trying to look at, okay, are there systematic problems here that we can improve on, and bringing forward ideas like these that can be used in so many ways is a good way to address some of those. So like my fellow ministers, I mean, I think it'd be a great idea to for us to meet. I think inviting other MLAs, the mover, the seconder of this motion, I mean, the member from Charlottetown West Royalty was mentioned, but really have a fulsome discussion. I mean, we should really talk about the best way to go about implementing such a program, and after all, if we're going to have community involvement, I mean, maybe we need to reach out to the community as well, because that's really the grassroots where it can come from. So again, I'd be interested in hearing the mover talk about that, expanding beyond just the gift card, and talk about this program in a more fulsome way, and some of the ideas, you know, she might have, even just the ideas of the process itself, right, of how we come up and make sure this program is the strongest it can be. Now, I know the Minister of Health and Wellness has a number of wellness initiatives that he's been working on in his department. And I think that in the future you're going to see, you know, some implementation of those wellness programs that I think this motion would really fit very well into. So I'm not going to spoil any of those surprises. Perhaps they won't be surprises, but great initiatives. That's up to him to talk about them. But this is the sort of thing that can really make a great difference in people's lives, Mr. Speaker. It really is. And I see you agree with me as well. You got a good smile on your face as well, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say that I do plan to support this motion, and I do think that the operative clauses are pointing too specifically at gift card program. Let's open our minds, and I know that's what you want to do, and that's what you have done with us here today. And we will see if we can make some progress here, some progressive progress here in Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm thrilled by the conversation and enthusiasm for this. And if this is something that government implements, you do it however you like. We're just thrilled that you are on board. There are three groups in particular that this excites me for, and it excites me for everyone, but for these three groups in particular, I think that they'll see enormous benefits, economic growth, and that's for our arts and culture sector itself, as well as our seniors and our children. How many of us in here have picked up the phone to return a call to a constituent, and the issue might take you 2 minutes to discuss, but you're on the phone for an hour, and by the end of that hour, you've made a commitment to go sit and have tea with them as well. And and often when you sit and have that tea, it has nothing to do with the original issue, and you end up hearing all about their families and their hopes and dreams for the future and their fears for the future, and that's happened quite a lot. And so it's quite evident, as we spoke earlier, the member from Mermaid Stratford who spoke so eloquently on loneliness. So I think that this is just such a beautiful way for social connections to happen, because A, you're moving your body, you're releasing endorphins, you're listening, you're moving, whatever your social prescription is, and B, you're doing that with other people. And for our children, having been, as you know, a former teacher and counselor, there's so many children who could benefit from this, whether it is that they have family members who are suffering, whether they be living in poverty or whatever that looks like. That social connection and that introduction to new activities opens up a whole new world for our children. And so I really want to thank government for supporting this motion, and I really look forward, I'm happy to help with this as well, I really look forward to seeing how this grows, and this could be a really, really wonderful thing that we can all work on together and have great pride in. So with that, I support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
So much, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the World Health Organization definition of health, you will come across this sentence. It says it's the complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being, not just the absence of disease or infirmity. So WHO recognizes that when we talk about the health of individuals, we're not just talking about when you get sick or when you have to enter the health system. We're talking about the overall well-being of that individual and of the society in which they live. And so often when we enter the healthcare system, which is probably more accurately called the sick care system, because that's what it is there for, you might see a GP, you might see a doctor, or a nurse practitioner, and they may refer you to a psychologist or a physiotherapist or somebody else. But we're talking here about going to see a nurse practitioner or a GP or somebody in a medical home or neighborhood and being referred out to a range of non-clinical services, clinical services that will support your overall health and well-being as defined by the WHO. And I think this motion does that absolutely beautifully. It recognizes that we have supports here in our community for individuals to attain what truly is health, which is a complete state of physical, mental, and social well-being. There are so many things I would love to say, but I want to get back to the mover of this motion to perhaps answer some of the queries that came from the Minister of Social Development and Housing, because I think the mover and the seconder, indeed, I hope people in this House now have all people in this House have a much clearer idea of what we're trying to accomplish here. This is something innovative. This is something creative. This is something that with an extraordinary small amount of money potentially could have a huge influence, a huge benefit to a number of people and also to our community. I often think of the work that we do here, and we're about to start deliberation on the budget, where we spend money is all about improving the well-being and the lives of islanders. That's the job that we have here. In many respects, you could refer to politicians as merchants of happiness. That's what we're trying to create in our jobs. I know it doesn't always feel like that, but here's an example where a very small expenditure, well designed and well rolled out, could have an enormous benefit to benefit individuals, to benefit our society, and just have extraordinarily positive influence all around. So I obviously am going to support this motion, and I look forward to hearing the mover of the motion conclude debate. Thank you, Speaker.
Anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? If not, I'll go to the mover of the motion to close debate, the honourable member from Summerside, Wilmot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all of the members in this House for speaking in support of this motion today. I think this is an idea whose time has come, and I won't spend a lot more time on this, but I will go back to a question that was raised by the Minister of Social Development and Housing around why I had proposed this as a gift card model in particular. And I will say that we have, and and I mean this in the nicest way, Minister, but we have watched a lot of things get announced and not move forward. But something that we have seen government consistently be able to pull off quickly in a pinch is getting gift cards out to people who needed them. We saw that when businesses were shutting down during the pandemic and we had food cards for employees and those got out quickly. We saw that when restaurants were struggling. This is actually something we know government can pull together and turn around on relatively quickly. And I wouldn't propose that this is a final model. I would propose this as a place to start, because I am hearing from individuals who are in arts and culture that their industries are struggling, and I'm willing to bet that's true for every member in this House. I'm sure you could speak to a number of organizations who have found that they are dramatically impacted by this, and I'm sure you would also be able to point to an incredible number of individuals, seniors like you mentioned, but not just seniors. Teenagers we are hearing from who are feeling social isolation. We are hearing from single parents. We are hearing from people right across the spectrum. And I think the important thing of this is that we start. I don't think it needs to be perfect. I think there are a few main components that need to be in place. We need to have a sense of who we believe could be handing out social prescriptions, and I would point to student well-being teams. I definitely think that our support organizations, support clubs in the community are a great list of that. We need to create a starting point on who could hand out these. We need a database of who this social prescription card could be eligible for. And you will find no shortage of amazing organizations who are already doing this sort of thing that are prepared to put their hand up and be on that list. And then you need a way to track the outcome so that you can decide as a government whether or not this was money worth spending, and I think you'll find it was, and what the next iteration of it will look like. And that may be more formalized, but I have a lot of confidence that the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture can whip out a gift card program pretty quick. I've seen this happen, and I know you can do this again, and I appreciate your unwavering support that we can have a meeting on this. I will be there. I look forward to it, and I believe that you will follow through with that, Minister, because I've seen you do it before.
Staff's crying as we speak.
Can't wait. Can't wait. I appreciate that. I appreciate all three of the ministers who are prepared to have a meeting on this and move it forward. We can have a discussion on what that can look like, but what we need more than anything is to start. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will close my remarks and call the question.
Honourable members, the question has been asked. All those in favour of the motion say yea. Yea. All those against say nay. Honourable member, your motion passed unanimously. The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that motion 63 be now read.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Motion 63. The member for Charlottetown Belvedere moves, seconded by the Leader of the Opposition, the following motion. Whereas the Alternative Land Use Services, ALUS program, was created in 2008 in Prince Edward Island to assist agricultural landowners to establish and maintain management practices that create ecosystem services and other environmental benefits. And whereas the ALUS program has successfully provided many benefits across the province for both the environment, agricultural producers and landowners, and island communities. And whereas the financial incentives provided by the ALUS program are too small to effectively compensate agricultural landowners for the cost of providing ecosystem services. And whereas the overall funding envelope for the ALUS program is too low to meet the demand from agricultural landowners. And whereas there is great potential to expand the ALUS program to cover a broader scope of ecosystem services, including climate change mitigation and adaptation. Therefore, be it resolved that the legislature urge government to increase the size of financial incentives available to agricultural landowners through the ALUS program. Therefore, be it further resolved that the legislature urge government to increase the total funding available for the ALUS program. And therefore, be it further resolved that the legislature urge government to expand the scope of the ALUS program to include climate-related ecosystem services.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere to start debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government of PEI was the first to implement a province-wide alternative land use services, or ALICE program in Canada. And for the longest time, Mr. Speaker, I thought this was ALICE, like Alice in Wonderland, ALICE. So at least I know now what it stands for. But for over a decade, ALICE has helped Prince Edward Island's farmers produce ecosystem services for the community. Originally implemented in 2008, the PEI ALICE program is co-managed by the PEI Department of Agriculture and the PEI Department of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. PEI is the only province in Canada with a province-wide publicly funded program. ALICE helps farmers go above and beyond the minimum practices established through legislation. The province already mandates 15-metre buffer zones around watercourses and wetlands and restricts row crops on land with a slope greater than 9%. Through ALICE, PEI farmers can expand those buffer zones, protect watercourses and wetlands with livestock fencing, reduce soil erosion with soil conservation structures, boost grassland bird biodiversity through a delayed haycut, and enhance other types of ecologically sensitive lands. The PEI ALICE program has 4 primary goals: to reduce soil erosion and siltation of watercourses and wetlands, to improve water quality, to improve and increase wildlife habitat, and to reduce the impacts of climate change. I was able to see the ALICE program in real life, Mr. Speaker, this summer on our agriculture tours that we had through the committee. The honourable member from O'Leary-Inverness and I, along with the official leader of the opposition and other members of caucuses, I think the leader from Tignish Palmer Road on a couple, not only got to sort of speak to landowners directly who use this program among many others, but actually see some of these interventions in practice, Mr. Speaker. And so there's a real impact that happens when you, instead of just reading about a program or speaking about money that's being dispersed, you actually go and meet the farmers who tell you why and how it matters to them. So how does this program work, Mr. Speaker? Any agricultural landowner may apply online for financial assistance to implement beneficial management practices, or BMPs, to remove environmentally sensitive land from agricultural production. The voluntary program, which began in 2008, pays annual incentives of about $75 on average per acre to farmers to implement these better management practices that improve this water quality, wildlife habitat, and other ecological goods and services. Mr. Speaker, I'm mindful of the time, and so at this point, I will adjourn debate on this motion, seconded by the member from Mermaid Stratford.
Honourable members, debate has been, should I carry? Carry. Honourable members, the debate has been adjourned. The honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty, third party, House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, we'll call motion number 65.
Shall it carry?
Motion 65, mandatory vaccination for all frontline education staff. The motion has been read and debate was adjourned by the Minister of Justice and Public Safety and Agriculture and Land.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy to say a few more words on this motion, Mr. Speaker. With this motion, I do have some concerns with whether the third party has consulted with the Teachers Federation on this motion. And Mr. Speaker, we're very lucky to be in the situation we are here in Prince Edward Island. When I get up in the morning and turn on the news, you either watch the national news or the international news, Mr. Speaker, you see COVID is wreaking havoc still across this world. And Mr. Speaker, we're living here on this island rather untouched, Mr. Speaker, if you really want to analyze it. Right now we have no active cases. We're taking the role from Dr. Heather Morrison through CPHO, and we have followed Dr. Morrison and her team recommendations since day one, Mr. Speaker, 19 months ago. And it's because of their recommendations that we are here today, Mr. Speaker. And when you think about Our vaccinations rates, Mr. Speaker, were the highest in the country, Mr. Speaker. We're down to single digits of those who are unvaccinated, and I can't explain why there are still people unvaccinated here on this island, Mr. Speaker, but we have to take all the encouragement to get them vaccinated, Mr. Speaker, and to see if we can continue to move that line, Mr. Speaker. But when we come to the education system, Mr. Speaker, there's a few, whether it's an EA, I mentioned this before, an EA, Mr. Speaker, or a teacher that is not vaccinated, they're getting tested 3 times a week, Mr. Speaker, to limit the risk of their students, Mr. Speaker. And if we take that teacher or EA out of the system, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't just affect them, which is the purpose of a mandate, is to affect them, but it affects those 30 students that they teach, Mr. Speaker. Not defending their choice, Mr. Speaker, but it affects, there's a trickle-down effect. And whether it's a special needs child that is in the school system with an EA, Mr. Speaker, an assistant, what happens there, Mr. Speaker? So with that, I think I've said my piece. I think it's not an easy decision. I think mandates are always there if we need it, Mr. Speaker, but right now, from the advice from the CPHO, Dr. Heather Morrison, she's not ready to mandate that yet. So with that, I'll sit down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great privilege to stand and speak to this motion. Ever since the back-to-school plans were released in late August, I have heard from parents and families concerned that there were no vaccination requirements for frontline educational staff. As it stands today, everyone under the age of 12 cannot get vaccinated, leaving them more at risk than those who were able to get vaccinated. Despite the enhanced risk that under 12-year-old students face, government has decided to oppose mandatory vaccinations. This decision has been confusing to many people, especially since the outbreak at West Royalty Elementary last month. Mandatory vaccinations for educational staff is a measure government has the power to take, yet they've chosen not to. They've taken many powers in the past. You know, we were only allowed to have one person go and grocery shop. We weren't allowed to get together with family. We couldn't leave the province. Like, if they can implement those types of things, why can't they implement a vaccination pass? Throughout the discussion on mandatory vaccinations, we have heard people refer to rights, specifically their right to not be vaccinated. While that is true, your right to refuse vaccination cannot infringe on others' rights to learn in a safe environment. And contrary to Premier King's statements in March of 2021, vaccine mandates are clearly not legal. It is not a right to be able to educate island students, it is not a right to be able to educate island students. And if someone is unwilling to fully protect underage 12 students by getting vaccinated, they don't deserve to teach these students. I want to make abundantly clear this is not an attack on all teachers and all educational staff. Far from it. I recognize the majority of teachers have received their vaccination and would do everything they can to ensure the protection of their students. Despite many teachers being vaccinated, the unfortunate reality is not all island teachers have taken it up themselves to get the vaccination. So far, government has been unwilling to fully address this reality. We did see a vaccine or test regime brought in, and while that is better than nothing, questions remain about the reliability of such tests and who will be responsible for the cost of testing. We saw in the West Royalty outbreak that positive cases often test negative initially, only to later become positive. If a teacher is tested every second day, it's possible they could test negative on one day, spread COVID in school the next day, and then not catch the positive diagnosis until the third day. Aside from the reliability of the testing regime, another question remains about costs. Specifically, who pays for them? It's not fair for Island taxpayers to foot the bill for 3 tests a week just because somebody doesn't want to get vaccinated. We now have a situation where families are forced to make a choice on whether or not it is safe for their children to attend in-person learning. If you had a child with asthma or any other underlying condition, and you had a reason to believe their teacher wasn't vaccinated, it puts you in the difficult position of either jeopardizing your child's health or jeopardizing their education. This is an unfair choice to force upon parents and under 12-year-old students, and it's one government has decided to force upon them by not bringing in a vaccine mandate for educational staff. I know in the spring, Premier King tried to assert that mandatory vaccinations were illegal. However, I think the last few months and other jurisdictions have shown us that answer was completely false. We have seen this government willing to move on vaccine mandates for some activities, yet they remain unwilling to use the measures to fully protect under age 12 island students. If you want to eat in a restaurant on PEI right now, you must show proof of vaccination or you will be denied service. If you want to go to the gym, you need to do the same thing or you'll be denied service. If you want to go to a music or sporting event in PEI right now, you must show proof of vaccination or you will be denied service. However, if you are a teacher that works with unvaccinated under 12 students that doesn't want to be vaccinated, there's no requirement to show vaccination. This decision has been the source of frustration for many island parents, and I am sure everyone in this House has heard the complaints. Parents cannot understand why they need to provide vaccinated status at various private businesses, but at the same time, they're not even allowed to know the vaccination status of their child's educational professional. Even those in the business community cannot understand why they must subject their employees to the sometimes unpleasant task of verifying vaccination records, but educating staff are given a pass on the topic. Teachers themselves have raised concerns about colleagues that haven't been vaccinated and the risks that come with that. It appears most islanders are on the same page when it comes to mandatory vaccination for educational staff. Unfortunately, government has avoided taking any action so far. It is not too late, though, and as the saying goes, it's better late than never. I would urge government to rethink their current position on mandatory vaccinations for educational workers to ensure they are doing everything in their power to protect 12-year-old students in our island schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we don't use personal names in the House. This is a few times now I had to mention it to the third party, so I'd say it must be the same person writing these speeches when he doesn't pick up on it, so you could probably mention it upstairs that keep the names out of it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? I'll go back to the mover of the motion to close debate. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Member from Moraldona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tucked over in the corner here, so sometimes hard to see. This is one that I've been back and forth on for a week now, and it's been very difficult for me, I'll have to be honest, since it was come up. I appreciate the motion being brought forward so that we can debate it in here. It really feels like it's one of those decisions where, like, and I'm not in a position to make this decision, so it's easy for me to get up here, I guess, and say either way, but it's one of those ones where you're like, okay, that's when you get into politics, you don't necessarily expect that this is a decision that's going to have to come across your desk someday. Implement a mandatory vaccine in a certain segment or not. So it's interesting. I appreciate being able to have the debate. A couple of things that the leader of the third party said there, though, I really think I have to clarify, because it confuses the debate when you say that education staff are given a free pass, and simply not true. They do have to provide their vaccination status now. Originally, it was a questionnaire, but they have to provide that now, and then they're tested or not tested. The whole debate over essential services and the people that work in those essential services, do they have to be vaccinated or not? Do you have to be vaccinated to enter into essential services? No. Right now you can enter a school unvaccinated if you're not going to stay for a period of time without being tested. And the testing policy in schools, I'm glad it's there. I talked to, anecdotally 4 teachers. And the 4 teachers thought that, implementing a mandatory vaccine made sense to them. Of course, they were vaccinated. And so we had the discussion. It was really good. I've had it with 2 of the teachers about, okay, well, what happens if 5–10% of the workforce in education is said that you can't show up tomorrow? Then the additional duties on those teachers. They had talked about, subs, EAs in particular, but trying to find EAs for students and what would happen there and double the duty. Questions about how long would that last? So if we lay off, and I don't know, maybe it's cavalier to say 10%. I'm just saying 10% because that's an estimate of who we would send home with if we had mandatory vaccinations. How long would that happen? So once we get through a comfortable stage and the kids are vaccinated, do those teachers, are they allowed back into the school? I don't know. I spoke to an early learning center and about the idea of mandatory vaccinations. They told me that they don't have a union or someone, a group to speak on behalf of all of them, but they have an association. And they weren't in favor of it right now. And I was asking why, and they said, well, if we don't have the workers to do it, we have to stay open. They had to stay open during the tough times of the pandemic, and it gave me pause. Because my initial reaction definitely was like, we have mandatory vaccinations in this legislature, and my kids are going to school like everybody else's, and but pardon? It is a good point. It's one I'm weighing. And I know this motion isn't mandatory or anything, but it's one that I've been weighing heavily. Essential service, we have to keep our schools open. I'm told anecdotally that the Teachers Federation is not in favor of it. But like I said, I've talked to teachers that are. But when you start questioning the workload, and we'll be able to find the substitutes, we'll be able to find the people that can come there. So that's education. I know the third party has a very similar motion for healthcare as well. So that's a different topic. So say if you can make the argument that, yes, we can find the replacement teachers, which is a hard one to make in this day and age, especially with subs and especially with the EAs. So say we say, we can find those replacements, and we'll get teachers to cover off other classes, or we'll, all of those things. Say we're okay with that. So then we have to move to health. So do you say, yes, we have to implement mandatory vaccine for all healthcare workers as well? We obviously know the shortage is there. And I guess these are the things that I didn't initially consider when I was trying to decide on this motion. I've reread the comments from CPHO on it, and where they're comfortable right now with the recommendation. I would hope that if we didn't have the rates that we have, that would we eventually get to, if we were in another province that didn't have the vaccination rates that we have, would we have to say implement it and send the workforce home? I've been struggling with this one, really, really struggling, and if CPHO is okay with it right now, I feel like I'll go with that right now. I certainly not ruling it out in the future. Like I said, I don't get to make the decision. But there is a lot of consequence to this. We've been, very blessed to not have to be as successful as we have been. It's tricky, Mr. Speaker, and I want to get up and speak to this, not just be a blanket vote. I'm going to be voting against the motion right now. I'm not ruling out my support of it in future, but where we are at the PEI right now, and with the implications it would have on our schools about the extra burden on them, maybe I'll regret that in future. But right now, I think that we're in a good spot right now that especially with the testing policy in the schools, with the people that have decided to be unvaccinated, that we can only limit the risk as much as we can right now. The other risk is, of course, not having the school open in case you didn't have enough staff, that kind of thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm torn on it, but I will be voting against the motion today. I'll be looking forward to the same kind of conversation with all the health too, sending, or holding a certain percentage of our workforce back for a period of time until that we say that unvaccinated people are allowed back in our schools or back into healthcare as well. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? No? I'll go back to the mover of the motion to close debate, the honourable member from O'Leary, Inverness, and the third-party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have had a great opportunity to listen to some of the arguments pro and con, and it is always good to be in the floor of this legislature to have the opportunity to debate a particular subject. I have to say that I think there's one overreaching issue that we seem to be remiss in identifying here, and the member from Morel Doan, he's under a lot of stress as far as to make the decision and which way to support a particular motion one way or the other. But I think the comment I'd like to make to him is we're dealing with vulnerable people. Our students, I have a granddaughter that will be 5 in December, and she's in the school system. I would like to have some sense of assurance that the people that are in that school system that work around her would do everything that they possibly can to protect my granddaughter. And if it means that a government has to have the guts to stand up and make something mandatory for vulnerable people, I have no problem with the decision when you deal with bars and other things. But the one thing we're dealing with when it comes to both our health care and our schools is that there's people that either are immune compromised and the aged are probably a little more impacted by such a disease as this or a COVID pandemic. But our children, we can't, at this point in time, vaccinate them under the age of 12. Now, if it was a situation we had a few months in where the Pfizer vaccine for children from 5 up are eligible for this, then I certainly can see that there's some debate about this and the decision gets tougher. But I know in government it is tough. It's tough to make decisions. If you want to be sitting over in the cabinet seat, you got to make them one way or the other. And none of them are easy. But I would say that the government should move to mandatorily make our education workers, for the exceptions of people who have a valid health reason, not because they don't like the vaccine or think there's some thing that makes you like the federal government better or something like that. I mean, I've heard all those kinds of arguments. But those that have valid reasons, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about people that now, because they're working, we do it here in this legislature. I feel very comfortable and protected, and I can get the vaccine. I'm not a child that can't get it. I'm not immune compromised, so I feel pretty comfortable. But yet we, in this legislature, through the Legislative Management Committee, protected ourselves, all the people that work here. So I certainly find that, when I hear parents saying to me, you have to have a vaccine pass, proof of vaccine to enter a gym or a bar, things of that level, but you don't have to in the classroom for our students, makes no sense. And the fact that we have had an outbreak at a school in West Royalty also says that it has happened. So will it happen again? We hope not. And I'd say government and the Chief Public Health Officer, with testing and the borders and vaccines, it does reduce the risk, but it doesn't eliminate it. And, like I said, I think it's important that parents deserve to know, and as a grandparent, deserves to know that the people that are working around my granddaughter have that ability, that they would know that everybody that's in that facility is going to be vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important that government take it on themselves to prevent this from happening and making sure that they implement a mandatory vaccination policy, Mr. Speaker. And that's the key point. It's about the vulnerability. I've had people text and email me, you're supporting the vaccines and all that stuff. No, I'm saying for our vulnerable people, I do support that. It should be mandatory for that. Now, the Premier says he takes his advice from the Chief Public Health Officer. I would be doubtful, and I know the Chief Public Health Officer very well, that if the government says we're going to implement mandatory vaccination for our educational workers, that she wouldn't say, oh, don't do that. That's a detriment to what we're trying to accomplish here. I'm quite confident that she would be supportive of that decision. That can't make things worse, so why would we not proceed with that? You know, certainly, you know, if you're vaccine hesitant or nervous of needles, it sounds like the Chief Public Health Officer will come right to your office. The Minister of Public Safety had them come to his home to help him with that case. I'm sure she'd go anywhere if we had a situation where somebody was that difficult in trying to deal with it. I've had constituents that were very nervous about this, and we had to help actually made arrangements. They got their needle, and then they went and parked at the emergency room at the Prince County Hospital and waited their hours for 4 or 5 hours to make sure that nothing happened. That's what people will do. People will go to far extents to protect them. So if there's other people that are working in the education or healthcare system, you would assume that they would try to do the same thing. You know, I think all avenues that are available to islanders that especially work with their vulnerable people should be taking every issue that they possibly can and get vaccinated. It's the right thing to do, and you know, I think that we should be encouraging that. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close the debate on this particular subject, and I will be calling for a standing vote, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, standing vote is called for. Sergeant at Arms, you may ring the bell. Okay, honourable members, all those voting against the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Winslow, the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities, the Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Premier, the Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, the Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Action, the Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Land and the Minister for Justice and Public Safety, the Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture, the Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing, and the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. The Honourable Member from Montague-Kilmuir, the Honourable Member from Morel-Donagh, and the Honourable Member from Charlottetown-Brighton.
Honourable members, those voting for the motion, please stand.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty, the Honourable Leader of the Third Party, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member from Summerside Wilmot, the Honourable Member from O'Leary Inverness, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere, the Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford, the Honourable Member from Charlottetown Victoria Park, the Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke, and the Honourable Member from Summerside South Drive.
Honourable member, your motion did not pass. The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty and the Third Party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'll call motion number 49.
Shall carry.
The member for O'Leary Inverness moves, seconded by the member for Charlottetown West Royalty, the following motion. Whereas one of the major contributing factors to a stressful workplace in healthcare facilities stems from understaffing. And whereas understaffing in healthcare facilities is a dangerous occurrence for both residents and staff members. And whereas healthcare workers may suffer from excessive stress due to workload and work-life balance. And whereas the shortage of healthcare workers means there is pressure on existing healthcare workers to work overtime and double shifts. Therefore be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urges government to publicly release any situations where healthcare facilities on Prince Edward Island are operating in unsafe protocols.
The mover, I'll call on the mover of the motion to start debate, the honourable member from Larry Inverness, third party writ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is another subject that I tend to be rather passionate about. I've been debating in this House and trying to fight for healthcare delivery and services here in Prince Edward Island. And I'm going to ask the pages to maybe get me the podium when they get a chance, because I do tend to be a little long-winded sometimes, Mr. Speaker. But you know, I just feel I have to represent my riding, and I have issues that I like to bring forward and at least have my say. And I appreciate even on the previous motion that we had a good debate and everybody had their point of view. We cleared the air. Let's move on to the next issue, Mr. Speaker. And you know, so when it comes to the issue, what I've been saying regarding the understaffing, I mean, it's been I've mentioned in the legislature by the minister's own document, Mr. Speaker. His own department came out that on August 31st that there were 700 vacancies within our healthcare system. That tells you that there's a chronic understaffing problem here that we're dealing with, Mr. Speaker. And when you get into those circumstances, and I hear it, I get emails and text messages every day, all the time about, the stress that staff are under and the feeling that they're underappreciated. And I know we all can say that they're appreciated, and we all get up here and we appreciate all the healthcare workers like we do with our teachers and our educational workers and the people that support us. But we have to mean it, and we have to put the words in action that we are supporting our staff. And when you see those kinds of chronic situations, you can say that we appreciate you working a double shift, we appreciate you working 20 hours out of 24, or we appreciate the fact that you had to fill in on a day where you had planned to do something with your family or whatever. We can appreciate that. But it's incumbent upon us as legislators and the government to make sure that they are actually solving some of these problems. And I always get criticized. I'll get it from the Premier and the previous ministers. Well, it wasn't great when you were there. Well, I'm not. I kept saying I tried to hold the thing together with duct tape and baler twine, but the whole thing's gone to pieces now, Mr. Speaker. I've made statements here that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are just around the corner. But I was talking to them the other day, and they said that because of workplace safety, they don't want to get hurt. They could fall off their horse or they get cut by a scythe, Mr. Speaker. So it's a case where it's gotten that bad. It's gotten serious here, Mr. Speaker. And so, this government's in power over 2 years. Like I said, you can train an LPN in 2 years. You can train RCW in 36 weeks, Mr. Speaker. Yet we have 100 RCWs, and I follow this fairly regularly. I do periodical emails out to my constituency listing jobs in the community and things like that. So I see it every day when I look at the nursing vacancies on the public service website, Mr. Speaker. What have I seen here on Sunday? The highest I've ever seen. 92 vacancies. 92. Now, I know there's 200 vacancies overall in the system, but on that particular 92. In my time as a minister, the highest I've seen was 20. It was always, I used to use the number, it was 2020. And I was vilified by members in this House for that number. So I think you got to really look at the situation that we're confronted with. And when, I'm not proud that there was 20 nursing vacancies on the external vacancy list. And 20 internal at that time. Now it's 92, and there's probably another 100 and some on the internal vacancy list, Mr. Speaker. Those are astonishing numbers for nursing at Prince Edward Island. And then you scroll down a little further, and everybody can see it. It's in the government website, the Public Service Commission for the external vacancies. You go into RCWs. Once again, I had constituents who were clamoring to get one of these positions, an RCW position would come up vacant. Now you'll see a list there of 10, 12, 15 vacancies on those positions. So things have gotten dramatically worse, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I think when you get into these circumstances where, you know, you have such a chronic short staffing situation, I'm all for saying that we can solve issues. You're going to add more nursing vacancies. You're going to add a medical school and things of that nature, Mr. Speaker. But Islanders need services now, right now. You know, I couldn't believe. I mean, I have to say, as a member of this legislature, I like to try to. I also say I try to know the answer before I ask the question. In politics, you can make yourself look pretty foolish sometimes in this business. And I have to admit, the intel that I was getting in the system on positions for long-term care of vacant beds was 36. And the minister comes out, it's 42. And I'm wondering, and I'll go with some assumptions, that he is adding the Les Chenaux situation in. There's 12 beds sitting there that are empty because they're understaffed, so I'll assume that's in there too. But, you know, that's an astonishing number. I just wasn't expecting that. And I you know, appreciative of the minister for his honesty, but in the end of the day, those are people that are without service. And then you find out where are all these people that, you know, that have been demanding service. Go to the Western Hospital, go to the community hospital there, chock full of people that are waiting long-term care. They're all awaiting long-term care. I get families calling me saying, how do you get them into a long-term care bed where they can get some services, they can get some supports, they can get entertainment, they can get all those things? Well, like I said, their beds are all sitting empty. So these people are in an inappropriate spot. And then what happens then, Mr. Speaker? You get the issue back from staff. I didn't train. I trained for acute care services. I trained to do restorative care, palliative care, convalescent care. That's what I trained for. Now I'm dealing with people with dementia. Wasn't what my expertise was. It's not. I can't give them a good service. I can't give them the amount of care of the patient time with them. Then I find out a little further, oh, the government they cut the amount of time people can work with a patient. Went from 4 hours a day to 2. That's what they've done. It's astonishing, the decisions that get made in this stuff. It's nothing about delivering any sense of customer service, any sense of patient care or their needs. It's all about trying to gag people, keep quiet. There's memos go out every day to the staff. Don't report the Greens are bad or I'm bad or whatever it might be. Don't give them any information. Gag orders to not tell people what's going on. Now, we're always supportive enough, and you know, I'm pretty good contact with that particular department, and I do get information. You know, I mean, they can't even deliver virtual care. You know, I'm kind of wondering what's the next thing that's going to come up here. We're going to have holographs of healthcare workers showing up like a ghost in a room. You know, it's astonishing, Mr. Speaker, what kind of situation we're dealing with. And it's easy to say, oh, it's bad elsewhere. It's bad in Nova Scotia. You can do some simple numbers on per capita and see it's not as bad in Nova Scotia as it is here. When I was Minister of Health, we were the jurisdiction that had the most residents that had access to a family doctor in Atlantic Canada. We were in all of Canada at that time, but in Atlantic Canada, today we're the worst. We're the worst per capita. That's how bad this is getting, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, you've seen what happened in Nova Scotia, so I would argue to the government, tread lightly here, Mr. Speaker, because in Nova Scotia, the residents did get a little bit irate about this, and they didn't buy the excuse much longer that COVID was a problem. The excuse, it's a great excuse, COVID. We get people doing testing, we get people out doing other services. Got to protect everybody from COVID, but yet you won't make a decision to make mandatory vaccinations to educational workers. That would probably help you a little bit. Probably mean you wouldn't need as many people to do testing. You know, would be less risk again. So you could put people, divert them back to delivering healthcare services, Mr. Speaker. I was talking with a constituent last night, and his son was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And once again, the delays to get the treatment, the delays to get the surgery. He did get it, and, you know, let's assume everything's going to work out and be fine here, Mr. Speaker. But imagine that constituent, the duress that they're under, trying to get a delivery of service, trying to get, you know, a surgery that's probably pretty serious, and yet delays, surgeries get rescheduled. things of that nature because they're understaffed, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of stuff that we're dealing with here. And I know, in past, that my time, there was surgeries got postponed too. I know that all happens, Mr. Speaker, but we're getting into, dire predictions here, dire situations where, people are just not getting the healthcare delivery services that they wanted. And heaven forbid, if we did have any amount of COVID patients, we only had a COVID patient stay in the hospital for a few days, and the system is near collapse. So that's part of it. So when you start to see these kinds of vacancies, and then the government always keeps coming up with these imaginary, we're going to build these buildings, we're going to build neighborhoods, we're going to have all homes, hubs, I don't know, the name changes all the time, Mr. Speaker, but yet we don't get, the real facts of the matter on this. And I don't know, unless it's some sort of a drive-through scanning thing like you see in Star Trek, where Bones comes out and gives you the little scan, I don't see how you're going to deliver the services to that people. You can't fill the vacancies you got now. You got 700. And it's not, like I say, it goes right from cooks and chefs right through RCWs, RNs, doctors, the list goes on to specialists. So the only thing that makes any sense in this is that you're either going to not fill these vacancies that you have now and leave them vacant and add people to it, or you're going to divert the people that are providing those particular levels of service to do these medical homes. So it means that everybody that does have a doctor may lose their doctor or get less access to their doctor than what you had now for the people, like I said, the 20-some thousand that don't have access to a doctor. They're going to get a little bit better service if we develop these, Mr. Speaker. And like I say, it doesn't give me a heck of a lot of confidence you're going to fill these positions when you can't even fill the issues around virtual care, Mr. Speaker. I was one of the ministers that implemented MAPLE, Mr. Speaker. I understand the concept of it. They didn't even, MAPLE has access to about 500 or 600 physicians, Mr. Speaker, all across Canada. All across Canada. But what do they have? They look at a patient registry with 20,000 people on it, and probably higher if we really added the numbers up. And they had three doctors dealing with it. Obviously, they can't work at it for a few more weeks here, so we're going to have they're not even going to get virtual care, Mr. Speaker. You didn't even make the request that you needed more doctors. Maple could probably get them for you pretty quick. So, but there is a few little rules, and the minister knows. They have to be registered to practice in Prince Edward Island. Who pays for that? I think it's the government that pays for that, Mr. Speaker, it's not Maple. What's that cost, Mr. Speaker? My information is probably $10,000, $15,000, Mr. Speaker. You're throwing money out to the virtual people that are billing the system. They have the ability to bill Maple. You can bill the healthcare system the same as they do on the phone. We've got doctors in Prince Edward Island in the minister's own riding, Mr. Speaker, that haven't seen a patient in 2 years, all over the phone, billing, getting the money coming in the same as they always did, whether they've seen the patient or not. Government has to sit down and start making some decisions. You've got to take the old saying, the bull by the horns here, Mr. Speaker. Figure out what Islanders need and start trying to provide some delivery of service. You can't let this thing continue to slip and slide. So if requests had been made by Health PEI to Maple that you required more doctors to provide a service when you're going to have virtual doctors that weren't available, you have to make the request. And it doesn't happen overnight. The minister got up and said, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say the minister said. But I think in the Compass last night, it said Health PEI said that there'd be no physicians available through virtual teleconferencing for a week. I don't think you can get your paperwork through to get your registration by the College of Physicians and PEI in a week. I'd be pretty surprised that you can do that. And I'm assuming when the minister gets a chance to speak in this, maybe he can enlighten us. But I'm guessing it might be a month. And I've had my struggles with the College of Physicians too on the expediency of proven licenses to practice in Prince Edward Island, to be registered to practice in Prince Edward Island. And I'll say it's slower than I would like to have seen, but let's see, let's see what it takes. And we'll see when this service is up and running and able to provide and deliver to these 20,000 Islanders who, I'm not saying they all will choose to see get services virtually, but there may be a high percentage of them that will. So, so what we're seeing is that we're seeing staff face burnout. We're seeing staff that feel that the duress and pressure of unsafe protocols that are implemented in our healthcare system, is just unnecessary. Their pay grade doesn't equal that. They feel it's just extra pressure. What happens, Mr. Speaker? What happens if there's a fire breaks out? What happens if somebody passes away through the night? It was funny. I had a constituent that one of the health professionals was dealing with. Well, please don't pass away tonight, because boy, that's a pile of work that I'm going to have to do and have to account for that. We don't have enough staff to handle that. The guy did survive and hanged, and he's now, there was great service there. And then I'm saying that may be a bit in jest as a joke, Mr. Speaker, but still, it comes down to saying that's the issues with staff. They are under a lot of pressure. They're under extra duress, and burnout is occurring every day, and they feel unappreciated. They don't feel government and staff and management are thanking them, checking for the stress that they're under when they can't come into work on a certain day. The fact that they had to give up a valuable piece of family time to, or whatever the reason being, from the day that they have to work, Mr. Speaker. So burnout is a big issue. I know Dr. Gardam did what he could to try to provide our nurses and other staff vacation days off to try to keep morale as good as they can, but it's still a challenge, and they're still having to give up situations because they care about their patients. They care, especially those that working in long-term care. They'll do the extra shifts. They'll do the things that they have to do, but it's just extra. And I think it says here, according to the data of the National Union, 78% increase in average weekly overtime during the pandemic, while 24-hour nursing shifts are becoming more routine. Wow. That's what's going on, Mr. Speaker. And, I've certainly heard of, like, sometimes staff have to, they're paying wages far, far beyond, like, double time, triple time, just to try to get a nurse to come in and do an extra shift, to entice them to come and do that. What's that do to the extra staff? Well, I'm working to doing the same thing, and I'm only getting half the money. These are the types of things that sets a bad precedence. Short staffing. I think even the department in Gareth Waite's review mentions that short staffing is the heart of the toxic workplace environment at Health PEI. The union says that. We had union people come in and talk about to our health committee, Mr. Speaker. Short staffing is the root of the agency's problems here, Mr. Speaker. And yes, I know the problem didn't overnight, but you've got to start dealing with it. All I'm seeing is it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So issues and decisions have to be made, and those decisions may be very painful. I'm not saying for a moment that they aren't. And I'll criticize probably a lot of those decisions, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to give them the guidance that I can, but they have to make some decisions and deal with the healthcare challenge in this province that only seems to be exacerbated and getting worse, Mr. Speaker. Even if we talk nursing positions in New Brunswick, I think it said 854 vacancies in New Brunswick. We're 200 and some. They're a bigger province than us, Mr. Speaker. So, where are you getting these nurses if you think you're going to get a bunch more? You can train more nurses. It's not a guarantee that that's where they come. Do you have the preceptors for the nurses? Do you have the preceptors for the physicians? Do you have the residency spots? All those types of issues that we're dealing with. Training them is only one part of the challenge, Mr. Speaker. Only one part. And, these are the types of things that we have to deal with here, Mr. Speaker. When you get health facilities that are in dangerous situations, we've seen it happen in other jurisdictions. We've seen it happen in Ontario. You're seeing it in Saskatchewan and other places where, those governments had to call in the military, Mr. Speaker. That'd be a little embarrassing here with PEI with maybe 1 or 2 cases that had to go to a physician, and we have to call in the military to make sure that our long-term care facilities. Now, I don't think it's going to get to that. I'm confident enough in our workers and staff that it will, that would be averted. But when people are overworked, understaffed, unappreciated, things get missed. Things happen, Mr. Speaker. If you're a nurse and you're working a 24-hour shift, pretty hard to believe that the patient that's getting the level of service is, that something isn't going to happen over a period of time. It's just inevitable, Mr. Speaker. It's no fault of anybody. It's fault of the system, maybe, but the system is led by the Premier and the Minister and the CEO of Health PEI. And, so that's where these higher workloads are a factor, and it creates a demand on nurses. It creates a pay structure that goes all out of whack when you're paying people double, triple overtime, and one finds out from the other, and it just kind of goes to that. So that's the type of thing that we have to do, and we can't be negatively affecting our nurses' satisfaction here. We have to do what we can to make sure that they're satisfied with the type of duties that they do. And I know the minister has, he's got family that work in the healthcare system. I've got family that work in the healthcare system, and it shows. It shows on people, like when they're in that situation. I had a constituent reached out to me here the other day with a pretty long email, and the mental stress that she's been under. And if she winds up that she doesn't take a shift when she's asked to do that, she feels she's letting her co-workers down. She feels she's let people down. She lets her management down. And these are things that create, that challenge, Mr. Speaker. And, so those are the things that I feel that we can't be doing. We gotta try to resolve this issue and solve this problem, Mr. Speaker. And then they're kept with the challenge. I know she had mentioned that she had some family things that she wanted to do. And if she doesn't go to that, she's let her family down, Mr. Speaker. That's pretty tough. I mean, as politicians and elected officials, we've probably done that more than we'd like to try to keep our job and do the things that are appropriate. Yeah. So with those kinds of issues, we don't want to be putting our staff in these predicaments, Mr. Speaker. It's unfair. It's unjust, and we need to get a solution and a plan that's going to get us out of this fairly quickly, Mr. Speaker. And, medical schools, I don't think you'll see much results from that for about 10 years, Mr. Speaker, a decade. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I certainly have lots more to say, and we'll, if I get the opportunity again, we'll add to that discussion, Mr. Speaker, but I believe it's my time to adjourn debate on the subject, seconded by the member from Charlottetown West Royalty, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall carry. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the first order of the day be now read.
Shall it carry?
Order number 1, consideration of the capital estimates in committee.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the order be read a second time.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that this House do now resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration grant was applied to Her Majesty.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, the Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the whole House, please.
Committee of the whole House to consider the grant of capital supply to Her Majesty. Request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Do you have anything to start with? Okay. Honourable members, we will begin on page 5. On page 5, Agriculture and Land. Please state your name and position for Hansard.
Gordon McFadgen, Assistant Secretary to Treasury Board.
Thank you very much and welcome. Honourable members, again, we are starting on page 5, Agriculture and Land. Equipment, appropriations provided for equipment purchases, field equipment, $50,000. Total equipment, $50,000. Any questions? O'Leary and Verness.
Mister, what new gadget would you be purchasing this year, and what did you buy? About 200,000. So you must have bought a multitude of them.
Vehicles.
Sure. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, during the current fiscal year, and that's, I guess, the 200,000 you're referring to, the department was required to get a couple of extra vehicles to implement, I think it was the Water Act and the new building code. So they had some new staff come on that they didn't have enough vehicles in the fleet.
O'Leary and Verness.
So that begs the question, do we have these people up and running and doing building inspections at the moment? You got the vehicles.
I think that has it been approved at Treasury Board? Yeah. It's been approved at Treasury Board. I'm assuming, we do need more building inspectors. I can't really say for sure if they've been hired.
I believe they're hired.
They're
O'Leary and Verness.
And they've started?
I believe so.
It must have been just recently, I'm assuming. But, okay. Yeah, okay. And then for this coming year, you've got a 50,000 there. Is that another vehicle, or is that?
I know they're going to get back to purchasing some of the equipment needed by the department. The department's indicated that they're hoping to get a drone, a plotter scanner, and some survey equipment.
O'Leary and Verness.
So I know you've had a number of drones. Did the existing drone get shot down, or what happened to it? Or is this a more advanced drone and the other one's obsolete? Or do you need 2 drones now?
They're indicating that it's a replacement of a fixed wing, so just better models on the go there now that have more range. And
O'Leary and Verness.
I guess my comment on that is that they do good work, and I think the drones are extremely helpful, and I'm just seeing what a lot of the farmers are doing in implementing, the water running, diverting water off the fields and things of that nature. So I do commend the department and the minister on those purchases, and thank you.
You're welcome. Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. Nice to see you, Gordon, and you'll be here for a while, and that's great. I want to ask about a couple of the proposals that our caucus came forward with, which were not included in the budget. And the first one of them would be the request for photovoltaic, agri-photovoltaics. And I'm wondering if you can tell us whether there is any money in the department that's going to this or projects in that area, and also if there's any, as far as you know, any appetite within the department for such an innovative project. And I don't know if the minister wants to interject here or.
Sorry, just walked in through halfway through.
Sure, I was asking about this is the capital budget for Ag and Land, of course, and it's very small, and it typically is very small from year to year. But our office had asked for a couple of fairly substantial capital proposals, or we came forward with a couple, and the first of them was an agrivoltaic demonstration project, which could be as big or small as you like. And I'm just wondering whether there's any money in the department that currently goes to any agrivoltaics, and also if there's an appetite within the department generally for that sort of idea.
Do you want to do an intervention? Okay, Minister of Agriculture and Land.
There's always an appetite for innovative projects and thinking, and that particular project is something that we probably work with environment and because they have more of a budget, capital budget for line items like that. So it's something that we'll have the discussion with Environment over the next little while.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And in the briefing note that we got back from government, which I appreciate very much, it says, and I'm going to quote you from it, the government will explore the potential for an agrivoltaic pilot. So I assume that's what you're referring to, Minister? Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Chair. One of the other fairly large budget items that we had come forward with for investments in agriculture was the establishment of a federally certified food inspection facility, and this is to allow island producers to export value-added products. It's very complicated and difficult. In fact, it's darn near impossible for smaller island producers to have their products federally certified and therefore available for export. I think it's an enormous opportunity that we have in our agricultural sector, and I'm wondering whether you have any plans to go ahead with that.
Interjection from the Minister of Agriculture and Land.
Well, thank you, and that is a good point. That is, of course, when you say federal, it kind of indicates that direction. I think our policy would be more to focus on helping individuals get their processing facilities. We help them get them up to federal standards so they can ship their products everywhere, such as the Atlantic beef plant. We have a lot of small abattoirs on this island, but the Atlantic beef plant, and that's a substantial dollar value, and so it's a little more than the Department of Agriculture's budget can handle. But if we can have policies in place to help get the small processors, whether it's whatever type of food it is, to federal standards, I think that's the best bang for our buck.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, and I appreciate the interventions, Minister, and I just want to carry on this conversation a little bit more because, yes, indeed, the Atlantic beef plant is a large operation, and certification for that plant makes sense because of its size. What we're calling for here, or what we were calling for in our submission, is an inspection facility that could be used collectively by potentially by a number of smaller producers. I'm thinking here, for example, of the Hand Pie Company, not very far from the Atlantic beef plant, actually, at the Albany Y, where they have expanded considerably, but because their product is not federally certified, they cannot export outside the island. And I think we're missing a great growth potential there, and a very high value-added product, which is made here using island ingredients, providing island employment. And if we had a facility like that, the opportunities for these smaller places to grow into big places would be there. But until we do that, it's not.
That's a great point. Probably this would be a better conversation for an operational budget than capital budget, because I really think our supports are stronger through that method. And we are currently working with, like, the organic group. They want to build a food kitchen hub, and which would, if we can help them get up to federal standards. And I think if we can work with them that way, instead of owning it ourselves, I think that it's better if the producers own it, or the farmers own it, or the processor owns it themselves. Government's never very good at, not always good at running processing plants. So that's where I'd like, and I do agree there, and I think maybe economic development might be working on a kind of a food hub, but it's outside of the agricultural budget scheme. So.
Leader of the Opposition.
I'm good for this section. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions? Total equipment, 50,000. Shall carry. Total capital expenditure, agriculture and land, 50,000. Shall I carry? Moving on to page 7, capital expenditure, economic growth, tourism and culture. 2022-23 budget estimate, equipment appropriations provided for art purchases. Public Art Fund, 50,000. Questions? Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Chair. I'm noticing that this fund drops off after 2022-23. I'm wondering why that is.
When the fund was first pitched, it was kind of pitched as a pilot project to see how and if they could get work commissioned and get the project up and running. So we're still in the second year now of this 2-year pilot, so I suspect at the next iteration of the capital budget we'll have some results to see, and if it is successful, I'm sure that there'll be additional funds placed in the 5-year window.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this, but I am wondering what would be the measures of success that you're looking for with that particular project.
You're probably right that I probably don't have a good answer for that, but I'll have to get some information back from the department as how they're going to measure. Getting it commissioned, I suspect, would be, and having them completed and hanging up somewhere would be one measure, but definitely I'll try to get some information, bring that back for you.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
That's all on
O'Leary Inverness.
Minister, and you may not know the specifics, but maybe another minister would, but so you get $1 million for provincial parks. And I'm aware that Cedar Dunes Park and...
Remember, we're just the section above that. Just the one on equipment appropriation for the art purchases. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have any questions on this particular? No. Any further? Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
I'm not sure if it fits here or not in this, I guess under equipment. I'm wondering about, there was a recent program announced to support businesses purchasing tablets, and I'm just wondering if there was any consideration of, instead of that approach, putting this through as a capital expenditure and then acquiring the tablets through government and then having those tablets be used in other ways afterward, either through education or healthcare. I'm wondering why it's not being done that way.
That's not really something that was discussed as far as purchasing tablets or someone else purchasing tablets. It would be through, all the tablets we have are through ITSS for sure. And I can bring that back to the department to see if there's any way we could do that.
Yeah.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, it just seems like a bit of a lost opportunity because the businesses certainly do need this support now and they need those tablets. But once, we're all looking forward to the day when we're beyond COVID and the Vax Pass, it's not, something that we need to continue on with in the long term. So, those businesses won't really, the use that they're getting those tablets for, many of them may not even need it at all in the future for anything, right? So it just seems like a bit of a lost opportunity where there's many ways we could use them in education and health, and sort of that could have been an asset for government as well.
Yeah, and maybe we can reach out to the businesses that have used them, and if they're willing to donate them back to ITSS so we can refurbish them for schools. That shouldn't be an issue at all.
Yeah.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
And I will just add one more thing on that, and that's certainly worthwhile, I think. Proactive thinking on this, I'm sure there could have been an opportunity as well for government to procure these at a better rate in buying in bulk as well. So there were I think there's a few missed opportunities on this one, and I just wanted to highlight that. And maybe if you could bring that back.
Absolutely, member. And, as with most of the decisions made during COVID, it tends to be something that's fairly quick. We want to get it done and rolled out right away, and I'm sure that's what happened here. And then also, usability for business owners. They could be, I guess, partial to one brand over another or used to using it, so it just makes it easier for them if they make the purchase, and then if they're willing to donate it back, we'd be more than happy to accept them.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
That's it for now. Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions in this section? Total equipment, 50,000. Shall it carry? Carry. Capital improvements. Appropriations provided for improvements and upgrades to the tourism cultural infrastructure. Provincial parks, $1 million. Confederation Trail, $50,000. Golf courses, $500,000. Museum and heritage sites, $200,000. Total capital improvements, $1,750,000. O'Leary Inverness.
Yeah, just to be back to the issue of the million and 7 million on the last year, but Cedar Dunes Park, I see the tenders are out for the restoration of the shoreline protection along there. Is that out of this million, or is it out of the previous budget? The previous budget? Okay, and the other issue that's a big problem out there is internet. Minister had promised that there would be internet there for last year. It didn't happen. Is there any infrastructure dollars available or capital dollars to put a infrastructure out there that all the campers can access at Cedar Dunes Park?
I'm aware of the annual submission that comes from parks for internet service, so it's in the operating budget where they actually contract somebody out to provide internet services at all the provincial parks. So if it wasn't working there, I suspect when they go back for the next tender, they'll be looking to improve that service.
Is there any of that $1 million allocated for Cedar Dunes Park? Because I think there's another issue is paving the unpaved sections of the park there. But
based on the information provided by the department, Cedar Dunes has road work slotted for the upcoming year.
O'Leary Inverness.
Well, that's good news, Minister, and Gordon, I appreciate that. Thanks. That's no further questions on that subject.
Okay. I have a question, and it's the $2,607,000 that was overspent in provincial parks budget. Was that related to the Canada Games preparation?
Yes, there's two projects on the go out there, one for the Nordic and one for the downhill. And when they get out into the downhill, there was a little more work that was needed to do to get the site up to Canada Games standards. And when they get into the lodge, they were putting an elevator in, and there's a few cost overruns for sure on that project.
So these were all things that weren't foreseen in the last budget?
They were not foreseen when the estimates for the work was being prepared at this time last year, but when the work was tendered and prepared, there was a big demand on, and lumber, there was lumber going into the lodge as well that was problematic this summer.
Okay, so the $7+ million that was into it, that went into both those projects?
For the $7 million, there was $1 million for the parks and 6.2 related to the Mark-Arens Park, of which we're a couple of million over budget on that particular project.
Okay, so will the $1 million that's for next year's budget be enough?
The work is pretty well wrapped up. It has to be ready to go for February 2023.
Okay.
So they'll have to have some test events there, so they're pretty well have to be ready to go.
Two pilot projects that were run. One on the Confederation Trail, the horses and the ATVs. That didn't lead to any cost in capital, did it?
I'm not aware of any.
So what is the $50,000 on this section for?
Regularly, there is some upkeep on the trail, and they're looking at, I think, some interpretive signs and things like that for to improve the experience there.
Okay. And so $50,000 on, you said, on signs?
To improve the trails, including which would be some more interpretive, and it may be even not just kind of regular stand-up signs, or maybe more postings of opportunities.
Could be maybe benches, or they've got little,
shelter areas.
Shelter areas, yeah.
But it doesn't go to the maintenance of the trail, because that would be transportation.
Correct.
And that would be
Okay.
operation too.
Okay, and can you give a detailed breakdown of how the $500,000 will be spent on government-owned golf courses?
I think for the upcoming year, they're looking at a continual replacement program for golf carts. They usually buy about 50 a year. They're looking at some course improvements at Dunderave, and then some other small equipment repairs, small equipment purchases.
Okay, Time Valley Sherbrooke.
Chair, so just building off of some previous questions there, I just wanted to point out that the Auditor General's report highlighted that many provincial park assets were nearing the end of their useful life. And I'm just wondering about the drop in down to $1 million next year. Are we going to be able to meet the the upgrades that are needed with, you know, with that amount? I mean, it seems like a big drop.
Well, Honourable Member will continue to work with Parks Department. I mean, the drop you see, it's all because of Mark Oren's provincial ski park, the increase that we did have there in budget. So the $1 million is what was requested, and it's what we'll, they'd always like more, and we'd like to give them more. If there's special circumstance around that, we'll work with them, but it is $1 million, and we'll see how we can do with that.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
And do you have a breakdown of which parks will be upgraded in which ways, and what's going to happen with the money exactly?
I think the plan for the next building season would be include Cabot Park. I think they're going to try to establish 30 new sites. Green Park, they have to get it ready for, I guess it's going to be leased out there. I mentioned the Cedar Dunes road work. They're going to put a kitchen shelter in Strathgartney, 20 new sites for Linkletter, 20 new sites in Red Point, some additional washrooms for the new sites, updates to playground equipment, and increased accessibility where required.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
And sorry, what did you say an amount that's going to be associated with each of those projects, or no?
I did not. I do not have that amount.
You don't have that?
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay. And can you just clarify what work is going to be done in Green Park?
It's not very specific, but it's called, they have to get it ready for I guess it's a leased property at Green Park. There's a lease that they want to make sure that it's ready for the lessee to take over. So I don't imagine I'll have to get additional information if you desire.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Right, so there is the lease, the campground, but there is also a public use, part of that park as well, right? And I know that that's a park in particular, it's in my district, and I know that, the minister was up there a few months ago with myself and several community members, and recognized, in that discussion with the community members and taking a tour of the park, that there's certainly a lot of work that needs to be done there. So I'm looking forward to finding out more about what the plans might be, and most importantly, I would say that to ensure that the community is a part of that discussion, because they're the ones who know best what's going to work for that community, and there hasn't been a lot of investment in that park, for a long time. So it'll be good to see that, and I look forward to finding out more about that. I didn't hear Belmont Park anywhere on there. There's nothing planned for Belmont?
Not on the information that was provided to me, no.
Okay.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
It's another one in my district, certainly a much smaller park, but a beautiful park, and it has very outdated playground equipment. Certainly disappointing to hear that there's nothing planned for that park as well. Is there, and there's no, this is all laid out then, these are the ones that are getting done next year, and that's?
It's the information that's been provided to us.
Of course,
so,
I understand. Yeah. Okay.
I did mention there is playground updates. I just don't know
You don't know where
they're at.
they are. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Okay. Just to get a little more detail on the pilot project for the horses on the trail. So, were there were, like, we heard kind of concerns on both sides about the possibility of damage to the trail. I mean, did you find there had been any damage? Was there any investment needed to repair any damage? Or was it all okay?
Honourable Member, that's not part of this particular, what I'm getting back is that that's for the capital budget, and that would be transportation that does the maintenance of the trail.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, that's it for now, thank you.
Okay, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, I'm delighted to see all of the improvements and money that has gone into the Mark Oren's facility there, both the downhill and the cross-country. And I mean, I drive by it frequently. I walk the trails there frequently. And I can see how much money has gone into that. And a couple of questions I wanted to ask on this. So of the 7.357 million, you mentioned that 6 point something was dedicated to the Mark Oren's, the downhill and cross country. So is that to April 22? Is that when the money for that is expected to be all expended?
It's another 500,000 is into the 22-23. So within the $1 million for parks, half is to finish off the work and the final pieces, and the other half for the parks.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Chair. So that's where I was getting to, Gordon. But prior to that, so half of the $1 million of next year is specifically for the Canada Games preparations at Mark-Arens, which leaves just 500,000 for the parks, all of the other parks. Okay. Can you give us a breakdown of where the expenditures went at Mark-Arens Park, whether it was for the downhill facility or the cross country, and what? I know there was a huge amount of groundwork done, landscaping there, and also to the physical infrastructure there at the base of the hill. So it would be really helpful to have a breakdown of that, if that's available.
Sure. I mean, I have a split between the two, but I don't have the specifics as to how much went to the kind of clubhouse upgrades versus the hill upgrades. And there's groomers, and we got snowmaking equipment, and so I'll have to bring that back. But it was about $3 million for the Nordic site and about $4 million for the Alpine site. Okay. The total project over the 3 years that we would have been working on this.
Okay.
Leader of the Opposition.
I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Charlottetown West Royalty. Okay, sorry, I saw you waving earlier. Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to first of all say there was a lot of work done on the Confederation Trail in my district. The Mount Herbert connection, which was done, I believe, two capital budgets ago. The connection from the Fullerton's Marsh over to the Mount Herbert Road, which is very well used and really appreciated, and the sides of the roads have been paved to make it safer for walkers and along Route 215. So first of all, I just want to recognize that that's an incredible asset to that area of the Confederation Trail, and I understand that that's the last piece in order to complete the trail. So I want to recognize that work's been done, and it's great to see that the work has been done. What I do understand is because of working with the landowner, the actual entrance to the trail to access Fullerton's Marsh is not where it was originally thought it would be. And so there's a fair jaunt, I'm going to say probably 500 meters, between where the parking lot is up the road to where the actual entrance of the trail is. And I get that that had to do with getting permission from landowners in order to be able to put the trail in place. So the only complaint I've had, everybody that I've spoken to, happy with everything that's happened, but the only concern or the only thought that I had was an additional overflow parking lot was put in on the west side of Route 215, and they actually removed the original parking lot, which was a surprise to a lot of people in my district that that was actually removed. Do you know why that parking area would have been removed and moved, like the expense put on the other side?
It's not really part of,
I know it's a pretty specific thing. It was the last component, right, of that Confederation Trail piece. So anyway, it was just a surprise that was taken away, that the additional parking was taken away, especially it was on the same side as the Mount Herbert Trail piece. So there's $50,000 for the Confederation Trail that's in this section of the budget. Do you have a breakdown of what that $50,000 is for capital? Is that washrooms or?
we mentioned earlier, Honourable Member, that it could be signage, it could be benches, it could be, they have little shelters along the trail. I'm guessing the gates, if they need work done or replacement, it would be all of that. So, and as far as the other issue, that would not be addressed by us in the capital budget anyway, the replacement of the parking lot, or why it was replaced or one taken out.
That would fall sorry, Chair, that wouldn't fall under capital, like creation of parking lots and stuff like that on the trail? No?
It would, but we don't have the reasoning behind why they would remove one and replace it with an overflow. That's not part of what's in here. Yeah.
All right. No,
Mermaid
that's fair.
Stratford?
I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Thank you, Chair.
I'm just wondering about the annual expenditures on our golf courses. So, you know, we've got $500,000 capital expenditure and about, you know, $4 million annual operational expenditure on those golf courses. And I was just wondering if, you know, you've done any sort of like a cost-benefit analysis, you know, on that spending and what the, if you can elaborate on the positive spin-offs for that significant investment.
That would definitely would be the work of the department. In preparing for the capital budget, they kind of prepare a submission to what they believe they need for the upcoming year and try to put a plan together for the remaining 4 years. When we're kind of looking at it, as the minister has iterated many times, I guess, we accepted their plan and we hope they go and implement their plan. So on a cost benefit for parks versus trails versus golf courses, that would be more for the department than for us.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Thank you, Chair. So is that that information something that can be shared with us as well? Because it's I mean, it's a significant amount of money, you know, and we're asked to approve or, you know, not the budget, and to not have the same information that you know, you were provided in making those decisions does make that quite challenging. So would we be able to have access to you said that the department does that analysis and then they give you the information, and then in order to convince you that this should be the amount that is spent on this, right? So can you give us the same information that was provided to you?
I said the department does analysis on the needs for the particular areas, presents a request to the minister for consideration, and gets approved here in the capital budget. So the department would be the right people to be asking that question of, for sure.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Okay. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Mermaid Stratford?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question on the section for museum and heritage sites. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion around provincial museums. Is there still discussion around that, and is there any plan to look at costing on that from your government to look at provincial museum and where that would go?
Again, not, you know, wasn't part of the capital budget discussion that I'm aware of. You know, we would take the you know, I guess the wants and asks from the department and go forward from there. So I know there is, what I'm, I guess, anecdotally hearing is that they are discussing a museum and where that could be located and what the cost would be and what it would encompass, but that's not part of this discussion right now.
Okay.
Mermaid Stratford?
I'm good, thank you, Chair.
Just to go on the heritage site, so provincial heritage sites, between that and the museum, there's $200,000 being spent on capital. Can you break that down specifically, what that $200,000 is going to and where?
Over the next several years, the list that I have here today is that Taylor House will be getting some work done on it to restore it. The Green Park Yo House will get some repairs and some upgrades. Beaconsfield and Carriage House going to have some operational upgrades to it, to roofs, the kitchen area. The Acadian Museum, I think, is getting an HVAC system. And Beaconsfield, going to be some work done on the property there.
Okay, and it's just the concern I have is that it's $200,000, and that doesn't go very far to do repairs or upgrades onto a, you know, onto a home, let alone to do several different sites. So will that be enough money to bring them up to what the ask was?
This is what the department asked for.
They asked for $200,000 and they didn't ask for any more?
They did not.
Wow. Okay. Any further questions on this? Tyne Valley Sherbrooke?
Thank you, Chair. And I just, you know, I appreciate that you don't have all of the information and you're giving us what you do have, absolutely. I think that, the submission that was prepared for you, by the department that you mentioned about the golf courses and the expenditures there, I think that it's completely reasonable to share that with us. So it's just very difficult to make a decision as you did about what spending should be, what we should be spending on this without having that information. So I'm wondering, is it possible to skip this section for now until you're able to provide us with that information?
Honourable member, I would have to ask if it was a pleasure of the committee that we do that.
I mean, it's,
Is that what you're asking, to put a motion forward on that? Or
Yes, that is what I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Honourable Member, could you be specific as to what you want? I mean, departments are the best judge of where they need to do improvements, capital improvements, because they know the facilities. As far as whether it's $500,000 to golf courses or $50,000 to trails, we look to the department to make that determination. They know the golf courses, they know the trails intimately. We do not, and so we look to them to come to us with what they need. If the question is, should there be $500,000 spent on golf courses, we are a rural destination for golf, so there would be capital improvements that need to be made on an annual basis, and I would look to the department to make that decision as to what needs to be done.
So to be clear, I'm not making an argument, one way or the other about the value of golf courses. In fact, I want to know the information that you're referring to, that the department had prepared to explain the rationale behind that funding. I think as well for, the $1 million for provincial parks. I mean, they certainly gave you more than just a number. I hope that's not the process. I would be very surprised. So, we come in here and we debate the capital budget and we get this book with, sort of like a very broad overview, and then we ask some questions. But if we could just see the numbers, the information that's provided, then we would be able to make an educated and informed decision. So I think that's good for everybody, right? And as you say, the departments know what they need, so just let us see what they provided.
Chair? Yeah, Honourable Member, we did give you a brief listing of what we have for parks, and my stranger here on the floor also mentioned a brief listing of what is required by golf courses too, including golf carts, and so we've shared with you what we have. If you want more details, I will bring back whatever I can.
Tyne Valley Sherbrooke.
Great. No, I definitely appreciate that. So I'm just asking that we skip over this section until we have all the information that you bring back, because honestly, in the past, we've just pushed through and voted through things without having the information, and that's not okay. And, I'm not comfortable with that. It's great. Bring us the information. You say you will. I appreciate that. Let us see the information. It's particularly around new expenditures, let's say that. If you have information around new expenditures, that would be really, really appreciated. So I'd like to skip it until we get that information.
Honourable members, it's the pleasure of the committee that this particular section be delayed until information that's been requested comes back.
Yes.
All those that are in favor, just please raise your hand. All those not in favor of skipping this section and coming back further with more detail, please raise your hand.
Don't care.
Okay, so we're going to have to, the majority of it was skipping this section, but not skipping the section, but delaying any further debate on this section until the request for additional information comes back.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to page 9, capital expenditure, education and lifelong learning, 2022-2023 budget estimate, equipment appropriations provided for equipment purchases, trades, training capital, $250,000, classroom technology, $1,600,000, child recreation funding, $1 million, total equipment, $1,950,000. Questions? Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So we're on trades and training capital. Could you explain what is included in the trades and training capital? $250,000 a year, last year, this year, what is it?
This particular section devotes equipment specifically to support courses such as carpentry, welding, automotive, robotics, and bioscience.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. The funding for this drops to $100,000 in 2023 or after 2023, and why is that? Is there a major project being completed?
Again, this would be the upgrade and continual upgrade of the equipment. The department has determined that that's the speed of the money that they need to continue on, so that's the budget that was set.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. I'm having quite a bit of trouble hearing, and my earbuds aren't working here. So, if we could speak up, that would be appreciated, so that I could hear the responses. How are you measuring the success of this project in achieving its outcomes it was intended to address? What are those outcomes, and what needs was the project addressing?
Honourable Member, we're talking about the funding needed for capital purchases and investments, not really discussing measuring the outcomes from the trades program in the capital budget.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. Could you give me a list of all the new expenditures this year for this section?
I'd have to bring that back.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So, classroom technology still under equipment here. This line is dropping off by $400,000, which is on top of previous decreases over the past few years pre-COVID. And it's staying at that lower level of funding for the next 5 years. Has the need for classroom technology declined over the years?
There was a project a number of years ago to bring devices to the schools and to have the internet within all of the schools. That project is up and running, and we're in the refresh phase of that device program.
Summerside South Drive.
Okay, what about technology costs for the new schools we're going to see, like Sherwood and Stratford? Are they covered under the school construction budget line, or are they part of this?
They would be included in the school construction.
Summerside South Drive.
The childhood recreation fund of $100,000. Our ask was for $1 million in funding per year for this, and I know Elm Street, just down the road from where I live, had to raise. Well, I think they fundraised $120,000, but the total cost was $180,000 for that single park playground, and there's 40 of these playgrounds, and so $100,000 a year doesn't seem like it's going to accomplish very much. What kind of projects do you foresee this fund funding?
It will be in partnership with the schools. I know all 3 of the elementary schools in my district have fundraised and have got new playground equipment by fundraising, working with community partners, working with Forward Canada for one, but this is a way for schools to access some help with the playground fund.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So if we split this fund up, 40 schools, $100,000 is not very much money on the grand scheme of things. So we're just going to give a little bit to each school, or do you have a list of schools that are on a priority list for playground replacement?
Well, Honourable Member, I mentioned the 3 elementary schools that are in my district. They all have new playgrounds, and I think there are a number of schools that do have new playgrounds. So it would be as I guess home and schools decide that they want a new playground, that we would help them. They could apply to the government for some help. Am I correct with that?
Yep. Summerside South Drive.
So in the case of Elm Street, for instance, it was the public school board that told them that they would be losing their playground and it would be ripped out in the coming year. They lobbied, parents got together and lobbied to have that extended by 1 year, and then had a fundraising deadline. So the Fred Herelt said that they maintain 40 playgrounds with schools with recesses, and the cost of that goes up every single year. And so it seems to me like there's got to be an analysis there of which one of these are costing more and needs to be replaced, and you should have a list of where this money is going to be allocated in the upcoming year and the year after that and the year after that. Is there a plan that you could share with us?
Honourable Member, what we have is the amount that was requested through the department and through the fiscal management of our department, what we could fit into the budget that would work, and also looking at the number of schools possibly that would be applying to the fund on an annual basis.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So the department asked for $100,000, and they didn't give you any information as to what projects they needed that for?
In discussion with the department, who in turn was discussing with the school boards, they believe that there would be over time a number of schools. They haven't, like many of their capital repairs, haven't got them identified right at this time for the work for next summer. But those lists will come in and get developed over the winter, and the funding would be allocated to those and prioritized based on the need of the particular school, as with all capital projects within the school board.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So I couldn't hear most of your response. I have to apologize to the stranger on the floor, and I can't even hear through the mic without my earbuds working here. But forgive me if I ask a question that you may have already answered.
Remember, you may have a set of earphones in your desk.
Those are not working.
Oh, they're not working. Sorry, I couldn't even hear you when you said it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
so it's working both ways.
I've asked for technical help on it, but
yeah, I'm
we're
sorry.
not there yet.
Yeah.
So the ask came from the department. Could we perhaps see the details of that ask?
This was a new program that had come up, so it was more of a discussion between the department and the budget process.
Summerside South Drive.
Sorry, once again, I'm having trouble hearing, but...
Honourable members, we're having difficulty hearing in here, so could you please keep your conversations to a minimum. Also, I'm just going to ask you if you could just speak up a little bit for this. And clerk, you've requested here. Okay, awesome. Summerside South Drive, would you like to have the witness repeat that response?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay. Without the risk of shouting, I guess. This program is definitely a brand new program. So in the initial stages, a budget was determined that the school board believed that they could deliver to the schools that would be requesting it into the future. If the success of this program, like any other program, sees that the funding is not sufficient, there is a process throughout the year to apply back to Treasury Board for additional funding. Treasury Board makes that decision. And at this time next year, when the capital budget is developed again, a reevaluation of the level of funding for any particular program would be revisited.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I heard it that time around. If it's a popular program and we don't have enough funds, we'll be going back to Treasury Board. Is that correct?
If it is a popular program and the need has been determined, they have the opportunity to, at any time, come back and seek additional funds. Again, if this is a brand new program, with some discussion at the school board for sure as to how this might roll out. The government is there to provide the funds for the program, that the school board will be delivering it on behalf of the department. And again, if at this time next year, if indeed more funds are allocated, it'll get put up with all the other projects that are coming forward, and a determination will be made.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you for that answer. So I do have another question about where do you expect these projects to be located here, but I think I heard earlier that we don't have the list as of yet, so correct? Yes. Okay, so I'm good for this section, but I do have a question on portable air purifiers.
You can go ahead with that.
Are these temporary ventilation solutions for schools with inadequate inadequate ventilation, the 10 schools without mechanical ventilation, and are those coming out of this year's budget? Is there going to be one of these per classroom?
Honourable Member, as you would have heard yesterday in my budget address, that the $225,000 in this current fiscal year for air purifiers. The need has been identified by the schools as to where they need to go, is my understanding, and it will be for up to 2 years. We have a 2-year window to replace or to add mechanical systems to the 10 schools that do not have them.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear that very last part, Minister, so I apologize here. But the mechanical ventilation system upgrades themselves, that's going to be a fairly significant expense, and of course isn't covered in this line item. But is that something we will see in the next budget that we see in this, or is that included in the capital improvements that I see later on here?
It would be in this budget, this line item, budget, and it will be over 2 years, up to 2 years, depending on when they're completed. It will take up to 2 years to complete them, or that's our window of opportunity. So over 2 years.
Summerside South Drive.
Thank you, Chair. And where would that line item fall? It's obviously not.
Yeah,
not
in here, yeah, in where we are now.
The next section.
The next section, sorry.
Summerside South Drive.
The next section. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, we're still on.
That's fine.
Okay. Leader of the third party. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you're good in the next section. Yep.
Questions just get answered.
Yeah, Charlottetown, Brighton.
Back to the purifiers, I understand that basically this little box that sits on the floor and it runs the air through and catches dust and other particles that might be contaminated with COVID. Is that correct?
Honourable Member, we weren't given specifics as to what the air purifiers are or like, but this is what they are anticipating the cost will be for those temporary purifiers.
Well, I have been working with ventilation systems before, including purifiers, and that is indeed what they do. They don't actually do anything to ventilate the air. In particular, when you have a room full of little students, it's of course good to know that these COVID possibility is reduced, but it doesn't do anything to provide fresh air. In particular, it doesn't exhaust the CO2 in the air, so the students will basically sit there falling asleep, which is what happens when CO2 rises and doesn't get ventilated out. So there are systems you can put in, like a wall-mounted air-to-air heat exchanger that would clear out the CO2 and provide fresh air. And I'm just wondering why you're not doing that. This seems like not a very good solution.
I believe the solution that the department is proposing is to actually install the mechanical ventilation which will do exactly what you're talking about. We just can't do it during the school year. We're not making repairs to the schools while school is in session. So we'll be getting out during the summer months this coming summer to commence the work, and it is expected to get to about half the schools in the first year and half the schools in the second year.
Charlottetown, Brighton.
It's correct that replacing or fixing the central ventilation is a huge job. I was talking about instead, and as an immediate improvement also to the learning environment, would be to install wall-mounted through the walls air-to-air heat exchangers, which is similar in cost, maybe a little bit more.
That would involve some maintenance and repair in the classroom when school is in session, though. Like, we're not to install this to drill it through the school wall. You'd have to be kind of doing some repairs and maintenance during when school's in session. So,
Charlottetown, Brighton.
Okay, I'm overstepping. I'm not in charge of putting it in. Anyway, it could be put in the window like an air-to-air heat exchanger, like air-to-air conditioner. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go back to the playground equipment for schools. This came up a number of times actually when we were attending different Summerside City Council meetings, and I appreciate what you're saying, Minister, that all of the schools in your area have new equipment, but that's not true for all the members in the House. So I'm really struggling to understand how you came to the figure of $100,000.
It wasn't, sorry, it wasn't a figure that I came to at all. It was through the department. And I mean, the home and schools my schools are no different than any other schools in the province. They just took it upon themselves to say, we want a new playground. They'd fundraised, they got community involvement, they got stakeholder involvement, and they made it happen. And so I'm just saying, there are not 40 schools that need new playgrounds because a number of them have new playgrounds. The 100,000 was the amount that was put forward to us because it is a new project, and if there's more needed as schools apply, then we'll, the department can submit to Treasury Board for that funding.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, I recognize that not all schools need them, but we have to remember that the socioeconomic factors of that community are going to dictate how much the community can invest in playground equipment. And some schools are going to be in vastly different situations than others. I think if COVID has shown us anything, it's how important outdoor recreational time is. I think that there's a real need for this, and I just don't understand. I recognize this isn't your figure, but I don't understand where the department was coming from when it proposed $100,000. Because this is brand new spending, it's a program we haven't seen before. Can we see the policy brief on this before we pass it?
Again, Honourable Member, it's not my figure, it's what the department brought forward, and the idea of the program is to partner with schools. It's not for us to actually build the playgrounds or finance the whole amount of the playground. The 3 schools in my district are vastly different as far as socioeconomics, if we want to get into that. I live in a rural community. They worked hard as a home and school, got involved, did fundraising, got part of the Ford, playground equipment, whatever it was. It's a way for us to partner with schools and with school communities to ensure that there is some funding through the province for new or improved playgrounds.
The hour has been called.
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report progress and beg leave to sit again.
Shall I carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the whole House having under consideration the grant of capital supply to Her Majesty, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
So carried. The Honourable Member from Morel, Donna, and the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a second by the member from Washington Hillier that this House adjourn until October 28th at 1 o'clock p.m.
So carried.
That must have killed her that they should.